Who would believe that I actually proposed to a female ghost? It all started with a live stream and a legend. My name is Fong Ning. I am a small live streamer. In order to gain fans and traffic, I hired a professional team to come to a cemetery called Princess Tomb for a live broadcast. Director Wang Big Guy is holding a mobile phone. A pre-recorded video is currently playing. Legend has it that Princess Tomb is the burial site of a princess from the short-lived Jiang dynasty in ancient times. Every year on the 7th day of the 7th month, near Princess Tomb, people claim to see a woman in a red bridal gown wandering around the tomb. It is said that this day is the anniversary of that princess's death. It is also said to be the day when her negative energy is the strongest. The day for her to return to the world of the living. And on the 7th day of the 7th month this year, I will lead you all to spend a night at the Princess Tomb. At that time, I will lead the most professional live broadcasting team. I will watch this historic moment together with all of you. Does the female ghost really exist? Is the princess from the Jiang dynasty real or fake? Let's wait and see. Please tune in to my live stream tonight on time. Feel free to give a tip while you're at it. The director looked at me and said, Mr. Fong Ning, the promotional video has already been released. It's been a day now. The video has already surpassed 1 million views, truly going viral. Well done. It is indeed a professional team. Director Wang, I'll leave today's live stream to you. Please make sure to plan it well for me. Yes, Mr. Fong Ning, you are being too serious. Director Wang wiped his sweat and muttered to himself. If it weren't for the recent downturn in business, only a fool would accompany you to this remote wild place for a live show. The staff from the side team are also discussing. Where did the boss find this job? Weren't we just shooting low-cost short videos before? Who knows? Don't tell anyone. The surroundings do feel quite unique. At this time, a staff member ran to the director's side and whispered something in their ear. Director, the actress said this place is too remote. She seems to have something to deal with and may arrive later. The director exploded after hearing that. Damn it. She's just an extra and she's acting up. Tell her to come over right away. We can't afford to miss this live broadcast. Yes, that's right. The director immediately shouted. As planned, shooting will start at 11:30 p.m. Get everything ready. It's 7:30 p.m. now. We have 4 hours left. Everyone, please prepare everything quickly. I can see that this operation is indeed professional. Hee hee. It's worth the huge sum of money I spent to hire the director team. Hee hee. As long as we complete today's live broadcast, we can definitely make a profit. Whether this Princess Tomb is real or fake, with this atmosphere, I can play around a bit. Topping the trending list will be a breeze. Immediately, I sat down and told the director, I'm going to take a break. Please call me 5 minutes before we go live. No problem, you can rest assured. Our arrangements will meet your satisfaction. After a long time, the director got angry again. What's going on? We're about to start in 10 minutes. Where is the actress? I've been urging her for an hour. But her phone has been unreachable. Damn it, I will definitely file a complaint against her after I get back. The director suddenly grabbed the person in front of him. Hurry up and change into that red wedding dress. The young man looked confused. Me? But... Before he could say anything, the director kicked him away. Stop dawdling, it's you? Go quickly. Go take a good look at the script, don't mess up. The young man had just run out when he saw a person standing on the peak of the opposite mountain. Wait a moment. Director, look. It seems like the actress has arrived on the hillside. Other people also turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. When did she come over? She also brought her own clothes. Those clothes look much more expensive than the ones we prepared. Don't stand there in a daze. The actress is already in position, ready to start shooting. Are all the live signals connected? Yes, we can start implementing the plan. Then I put on my handsome hat. All right, let the live broadcast begin. Hello to all the audience friends. As the live broadcast continues, the barrage of comments keeps coming. The influencer looks so handsome. Finally started, your background looks so fake. Cut to a pile of tombs, and I start explaining. Here is the princess tomb. Friends who were born in Haishur must have heard of the legends here. In recent years, there are more and more paranormal events happening worldwide. Just the news of witnessing a female ghost here has already exceeded 5 times. The barrage says, "Hurry up and give me the entire show. I'm waiting." So fake, only fools would believe it. I'm getting nervous. Blogger, be careful. Hurry up, hurry up. Watching the barrage fly by quickly. It seems like there's quite a bit of popularity. Maybe this time we can really make a lot of money. So let's not waste any more time talking. Let's start the adventure now. Her unjust soul lingers for a long time, especially on the 7th day of the 7th month. She will then appear in the world, expressing her grievances. While speaking, a rock is thrown over. Ah! Instant screams and bullet comments quickly floated out. Monster, quickly reveal your true form. I raise my thumb as I look at the overwhelming bullet comments. My heart is filled with joy. Beautiful. Everything is going smoothly, because it's all arranged in advance. Next is to follow the script and approach the actress. Then, I'll bring her into frame and push the plot to the climax. I look at the dark shadows on the hillside and think to myself, truly professional actors. The money spent is worth it. Just as I was feeling pleased with myself, a young man hurriedly ran up behind the director and shouted, "Director, director! What's going on? This is a crucial moment right now." The director looked at the live broadcast room and exclaimed, "It's really heating up now." The popularity in the live broadcast room has already exceeded 1 million viewers. It even entered the top 10 on the rankings. According to the contract, 10% of the gift income belongs to us. Now we'll make money. He's already imagining luxury cars, beaches, and bikini beauties. But, go away and stay on the side. Don't you want your salary? How do you dare to interrupt at a time like this? The director quickly cut off the young man and pushed him away. Attention all units. It's almost 12 o'clock. Mr. Fong Ning, please prepare to move towards the direction of the actress. The actress follows the script and hides first. The young man next to the light muttered in his mouth. But, attention all units. There are only 4 or 5 people in total. Why use a walkie-talkie when you are so close? The young man who was just pushed felt something was wrong. The director just started directly. The actress didn't come to pick up the earphones. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind howled over. It made everyone keep complaining. What a strange weather, the wind suddenly blows so strongly. A young man looked up. Director, director! She's gone! The director turned around and slapped him on the head with a script paper. Nonsense. I sent her the script yesterday. Of course, she's hiding now. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Mr. Fong Ning, the actors are ready. Now let's head towards the hillside." I touched my head and said to the camera, "The sudden cool breeze just now really startled me. I didn't believe in these supernatural things before. But now, I am a little scared. I even doubt now whether the ghost of the princess from the Jiang dynasty really exists here." Then walked towards the hill. The young man who was just beaten up ran over again. "Director, listen to me." The director was also furious. Roaring, "Is this never going to end? Can't you see everyone is busy? Let it out quickly. Hurry up." Only saw the young man take out his phone. The actress we contacted before called me. She said she just fell asleep and never came over at all. The director murmured as he looked at the information on his phone. "Didn't come. Who is on the hill? I proposed to a female ghost, and I didn't even know." This is a very hard to believe fact. All of this happened because of a live stream. It was a small live streamer. To make money, I hired a professional team to come to a cemetery called Princess Tomb for a live stream. At this moment, I am walking slowly towards the hill according to the planned script. The actress playing the female ghost on the mountain suddenly rustled a few times and appeared in front of me in an instant. This actress is really damn professional. I didn't even sense her at all. Trembling, I asked, "Who are you?" The director watched the scene, sweating profusely. He grabbed the collar of the young man next to him and said, "The actress we hired didn't show up. Can you tell me who's on the hill now?" The young man replied, "How would I know? I wanted to tell you earlier, but you—" At that moment, the cameraman was looking at the screen. He shouted, Director, her feet. Quick, look at her feet." The director took one look and instantly hugged the cameraman, exclaiming in shock. Subtitles also appeared in the barrage. WTF. Is this for real? The host really encountered a ghost. You see the female ghost's feet floating in the air. This is definitely a hoax for sure. This host must have hired a team to act, right? The director is watching the barrage of comments. Could it be that we really encountered a ghost? On that high slope. She really is the rumored Jiang Dynasty princess. No, how can a ghost be captured on camera? Is she some kind of soul spell or extraterrestrial being? I stared at the actor in front and shouted, "Who are you? Don't come here." But in my heart, I was thinking, is this director really that professional? Look at the quality of these costumes. And the way they dyed these white hairs. It's really amazing. It seems like hiring their team this time was a big win. Ha ha ha. Now it's my turn to perform. I jumped up. I took out a flashlight and shone it on the ghost played by the actress. I'm not afraid of you. I was born in the sunshine, living in the spring breeze. Mere ghosts cannot even come close to me. The fans were watching. Comments were popping up in the barrage. Facing the female ghost, he could still strike such a cool pose. This streamer is so brave. This must be scripted. The streamer is just acting. The director's team is watching the situation here. Their eyes are all wide open. Hey, is he crazy or something? Netizens seem to have noticed something wrong. Comments are flooding in. Hey! It seems like her nails are growing longer. I'm out. The cabinet door at my house moved. Brothers, this feeling doesn't seem like it can be created by special effects. The director grabs the walkie-talkie and yells loudly, "Mr. Fong Ning, please stop the live broadcast immediately. Slowly retreat. We might have encountered a ghost." At this moment, the young man holding a tablet said, "Director, just now there was a strange electromagnetic wave in front of us. Our signals seem to have been cut off. We can't contact them now." The young man behind them spoke in fear. "Director, forget about him. Let's run." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in, mixed with flickering lights. The ground was carved out with deep ravines by the wind. Members of the director team were all on their knees, like being electrocuted. "Spare us. Spare us. Spare us." The actress took the opportunity to grab my neck. The headscarf above fell off. A stunning face appeared in my eyes. Wow. This is too beautiful, isn't it? In the barrage. "Mom, I'm in love." This is a female ghost. If female ghosts look like this, I would rather let the female ghost eat me up. Where did the cameraman go? Please film it more clearly. I'll give you a chicken leg tonight. Even the A-list female celebrities may not necessarily be as beautiful as her. And I have a pained expression. What's going on here? It's different from the script. She's a girl. How can she be so strong? I can hardly breathe. At this moment in the bullet comments, hey. What's going on here? This is a truly real female ghost. Look, she's flying now. Whose special effects and wire suspension is this? Can there be beautiful women in real life? This is the ghost of a princess from the Jiang dynasty. Ah, how scary. Hang in there, host. The rumors about Princess Tomb are true. What's going on? Is she trying to kill me? I can hardly breathe. Director Wong looked at the scene in front of him. This is bad. If things go on like this, we will all die. Director Wong, you need to quickly think of a solution. I'm still young. What can we do? Look at the cold wind behind us. And the trenches on the ground. Are you harder than the stones on the ground? Just as I was about to faint. I feel like I'm falling down, as if plunging into the deep sea. She let go. I came to my senses and grabbed her hand, staring at her wide-eyed, reminding her, "Damn it! This live broadcast of mine, do you know how important it is? Can you act normally for me?" The actress looked at me with a confused expression on her face. With a loosening of the hand, there was a loud bang. I fell to the ground and couldn't help but cough a few times. I thought to myself, how annoying. I almost got strangled. It's supposed to be a professional team. That's just how they act. Just thinking about going up to argue with them. Suddenly realized. No, I can't. I'm in the middle of a live broadcast right now. The live broadcast that I planned so hard for. I can't let it go to waste. So I got up and continued the broadcast. Unexpectedly, in this princess tomb, there was actually a female ghost appearing. I won't hide it from you all. I have been single all my life. Since I will die eventually, I want to, before I die, do something I've never thought of doing before. While I'm styling my hair, I'll say to the camera, "Audience friends, dying in the hands of a beauty. Even as a ghost, I'll be cool. Today, I'm going all out." Immediately, I took a step forward and faced the female ghost actress, kneeling down on one knee. I took out a prepared ring from my right hand. This is for the princess. Please give up that 1,000-year obsession. Marry me. The members of the directing team looked at the scene in front of them in shock and disbelief. I am a small live streamer. In order to boost views and make money, I found a video production team to broadcast live from the cemetery. The director's chosen actress to play a ghost did not show up, but I was not aware of it. At this moment, I am foolishly proposing to the female ghost according to the script. Proposing to a female ghost. This anchor is bold. He even doesn't let go of the female ghost. What a fierce anchor. Followed and sent a gift to the anchor. I thought to myself, it's at this moment, using this contrast to reach the climax of today's live broadcast. The female ghost with a talisman on her forehead looked at me with a silly expression. Marry you. The female ghost widened her eyes in surprise. The lightning flashed and thundered around. She instantly grabbed my hand and came closer. This scene has left me full of doubts. What's the matter with this actress? Why is she not following the script again? According to the script, she should have fled under my proposal pursued now. Why? You are just coming to marry me now. Why? Why? Let me wait for you for so long. There was another loud bang. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the wind howled. What's going on? Are these hurricanes and explosions really something that can be achieved with props or special effects? The angry roar of the female ghost. Why did you leave me here alone? Everyone was shaken and sent flying in all directions. Watching the black shadow emerging from the female ghost's back, I was like WTF in my heart. Just wanted to escape quickly. Countless barrage comments were posted by unknowing internet users. What just happened? Have you figured it out? Why is it frozen? Hey, is the streamer still there? Call the police, man. Hope the streamer is okay. I bolted. Damn, it's like seeing a ghost. This definitely can't be done with props. I can't let my reputation die here. I haven't earned enough money yet. I don't want to die. The female ghost saw me and wanted to run away. She grabbed my hand tightly, crying, "Why? Why are you leaving me behind? Don't leave me alone. Unconsciously, scenes from my youth being abandoned by my parents flashed through my mind. Suffering from humiliation. Covered in a thin blanket at night, dreaming of being picked up by my parents and not being left alone. Suddenly stunned. Thinking to myself, is this female ghost just like me? So I turned around and approached her. I reached out and touched her head. Hey, stop crying! Took out the ring again and put it on her finger. The female ghost threw herself into my arms. I whispered in her ear, I'm back to marry you. Another loud bang. I was blasted away. I hit the ground with a thud and passed out. I woke up after an unknown amount of time to a series of urgent calls. Looking at the people around me, I touched my painful head and asked, what happened? Where is that female ghost? Everyone looked at each other. After the wind last night, we all passed out. The cameraman shook the camera. We have checked the camera, but unfortunately it's broken. We can only see branches and a dirt slope. Nothing was recorded. The live broadcast was also interrupted after the wind. I thought about the female ghost from last night and brushed off the dust. Nothing else happened. I must have passed out at the same time as you guys. I thought the princess tomb was so scary at night, but it looks normal during the day. At this moment, Director Wang was holding a phone and said, Mr. Fong Ning, your account gained an additional 150,000 followers last night. Not only that, just from the live stream revenue alone, you earned a full 30,000 yuan. After deducting the platform's cut of 15,000 yuan, you still have a net profit of 15,000 yuan. I will send you the recording of yesterday's live stream. After you post it, you will definitely attract a large number of new followers. Looking at the rising data on Kaka, my heart is blooming with joy. Sure. You can rest assured about the profit sharing this time. I will stick to the contract and not withhold a single cent. We can continue to cooperate in the future. I patted the director's shoulder. We both have stayed here overnight. Let's go back and rest. All right, with a big wave of his hand, the director said, It's settled. Let's wrap it up. I leisurely went upstairs. Took out the key hidden under the doormat and returned home. Took a sip of cola. Took out the phone to watch the video from last night. It's only been uploaded for half an hour, yet the number of views has already exceeded 100,000. We can consider this as becoming popular overnight. You will become a popular live streamer in the future. Speaking of which, I haven't even asked what that guy's name is. Strange. I just woke up, but I'm still very sleepy. Speaking of which, I proposed to her yesterday. She won't follow me because of this, right? It's better not to. I can't subdue her. I still want to live a few more years. Plus, that kind of vengeful spirit. It should be that the earthbound ghost cannot leave at will. I randomly took off my clothes and muttered to myself. Perhaps she returned to the grave because it was getting light outside. Next, let's think about how to use this hype. Let's continue filming videos to make money. My head felt heavy and I fell asleep like this. I don't know how long passed. The moonlight outside the window is bright. I drowsily reached for my phone to check the time. How long have I been asleep? Unexpectedly, I didn't grab my phone, but instead grabbed a piece of clothing. I opened my eyes. I suddenly noticed that the female ghost with white hair and a talisman stuck on her was sitting on me. Her big watery eyes were staring deeply at me. A fake proposal streamed live according to the script. Unexpectedly, the female ghost took it seriously and even followed me home. The live broadcast yesterday exhausted people a lot. I don't know how long I slept. Wanting to grab the phone to check the time, but instead grabbed a piece of clothing. Opened my eyes and saw a female ghost sitting on top of me. Looking at the female ghost in front of me, I bounced up in shock. What the heck? Am I still in a dream? I pushed away the female ghost and muttered to myself. As the saying goes, one thinks during the day and dreams during the night. I never expected to have a lucid dream one day. Since it's a lucid dream, the dream should change with my consciousness. So I closed my eyes, put my hands together, and chanted, "I can't see her! I can't see her! I can't see her!" I squinted with my right eye and looked towards the corner of the wall. I discovered the female ghost was still sitting there dumbly. My heart exploded. WTF, she didn't disappear, damn. The female ghost looked at me with a silly and cute expression. Damn, could it be that I'm just too exhausted, causing me unable to break free from the dream? At this moment, I suddenly remembered I had seen it before. If you want to check whether you are dreaming, just try to push your finger through your palm. If you are dreaming, you should be able to go straight through to the back of your hand, and it won't hurt. So, the female ghost looked at my actions with great curiosity. What are you doing? I came back to my senses, WTF. Isn't this a dream? I cautiously climbed to the side of the female ghost and poked her with my hand. She felt it. It's not a dream. She is tangible. After feeling her physical presence, I was dumbfounded. I instantly jumped up in shock. What are you doing here? I thought to myself. I'm finished. This ghost followed me home. Am I going to die here tonight? At that moment, the female ghost gently grabbed my hand and said, I came to see you. Upon hearing these words, I was frozen in place like petrified instantly when I heard that. What? Why see me? We don't even know each other. At this moment, the female ghost spoke again. Master! WTF? What kind of supernatural plot is this? Could it be that she thinks of me as her master? The female ghost saw that I didn't respond. She stood up with a whoosh of fire and demanded angrily, Did you forget? Seeing this situation, I chuckled and said, Actually, last night Before I could finish my sentence, the female ghost soared into the air, preparing to rage. I shivered on the side. Scary. So scary. Survival is the top priority. Whatever she says is what it is. Let's get through tonight first, and then figure it out. So I took a big step forward and charged up. I grabbed her hand, looked into her eyes, and said affectionately, Of course, I haven't forgotten. What is your name? Female ghost pointed to herself, Jianli. I scratched my head. Yes, Jianli. The female ghost instantly became happy, like a child. Looking at her appearance, my heart finally calmed down. Took a deep breath. Survived? Just now, it was like she was ready to pounce on me at the drop of a hat. But this female ghost is a little too beautiful, isn't she? Have I been single for too long? Actually feeling a flutter for a female ghost. I turned around and coughed twice, looking at the female ghost. Pretending to be serious, I asked, How did you get here? Princess Tomb is at least 10 kilometers away, isn't it? The female ghost lowered her head calmly, seeming hesitant for a moment, then said, Just like that. Then I saw this female ghost transform into an elf and float in the air. Suddenly, she swooshed into my body. Everything happened too quickly for me to react in time. What just happened? I looked around and confirmed that it was gone. Suddenly, a green, illusory head emerged from my chest. I am in your body. Watching this scene, I screamed in horror. Chop! The female ghost flew out of my body. With a snap, it landed on the ground. She swayed unsteadily, trying to stand up. Unfortunately, she stepped on her skirt. With a snap, she fell down again. I looked at her appearance and felt she was somewhat cute. Moreover, it seems like she doesn't hold any hostility towards me. So I said to her, You should change your clothes. Wearing this outfit, it must be quite inconvenient to move around, right? The female ghost hesitated dumbly for a moment. The fingers pinched the finger gestures, put it to the mouth, and silently recite something. Then she floated into the air and began to drift. I looked at the scene in front of me, utterly amazed. Is this the legendary magic? With a bang, an undeniably gorgeous woman appeared before me. At that moment, my eyes widened, and my nose started bleeding uncontrollably. I asked you to change clothes, not to undress. What is it like to have a hot and sexy woman at home? Of course, it's a dream come true. But the one I encountered turned out to be a female ghost who followed me home after a live broadcast. When I asked her to change clothes, she ended up stripping completely. As a gentleman, how could I be tempted by beauty? So, I grabbed the clothes and threw them to her to put on. How come this ghost is different from the one in the movies? Is this stupid and silly ghost trying to seduce me? Do you want me to give up my virginity of over 20 years? A while later, a female ghost wearing my shirt walked up and asked, "Darling, is this how you wear this shirt?" I turned around and saw her. Blood rushed to my head, and I quickly went up to her to fasten her buttons. No way was I going to let myself have a nosebleed again. So tight, husband. This is my clothes, definitely not that fitted. Do you plan to stick with me like this in the future? Are you really treating me as your husband? The female ghost nodded vigorously. Wherever my husband is, I will be there. Whatever my husband asks me to do, I will do. Upon hearing this, I am holding my forehead. Is this really not a dream? You are the legendary female ghost who has been sleeping in the princess tomb for 1,000 years. Looking at her sincere figure, ahem. Seeing the expression, she sighed and said, "Then come with me." After all, humans and ghosts do not travel the same path. I am not sure if ghosts lie or not. Just want to test and see if you really treat me as your husband. So he brought her to the bathroom. As soon as she entered, she was attracted by the mirror. Wow, this looks so clear. Husband, why did you bring me here? You just said I am your husband. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Right? Yes, husband. With a charming smile, as you said it. Now, what I want to teach you is, brush your teeth. Since you are living here, you need to brush your teeth every morning and evening. I picked up the toothpaste and toothbrush to demonstrate to her. She watched quietly, then suddenly leaned forward. She put the toothbrush in her mouth and started brushing by herself. This action startled me, because that toothbrush is mine. It's like indirectly kissing each other. I fucking kissed a female ghost. Then she imitated my earlier actions of rinsing her mouth with water, then playfully turned around and asked me, "Sir, is that so?" I blushed and my neck thickened as I watched her indistinct and ambiguous expression. I pulled out the toothbrush from her mouth and said, "You are not allowed to use my toothbrush in the future. Since you want to stay here, I will prepare a set just for you." I touched the head of the female ghost and asked her, "Why are you so sure that I am your husband?" The female ghost said she couldn't remember. She only remembered that I was her husband. She had been waiting for me for a long time, as if she was looking for something very important. I couldn't help but think that she approached me because of something, right? At this moment, the female ghost said it seemed to be a hairpin. The female ghost thing? I am just an ordinary person. Getting involved could bring blessings or disasters. I turned and walked towards the restroom, asking the female ghost to go back to the room to think slowly. Coming to the toilet, I took off my pants to prepare to urinate and felt like there was something next to me. I looked down and saw a female ghost staring at my private parts with a sly smile. I was so scared that I almost peed on my hand. "What are you doing?" "Of course, I am waiting for my lover." When I heard this, crows were flying loudly in my head. So I kicked her and said, "Get out and wait for me outside." Feeling relieved after successfully peeing. Thinking about these things now makes it difficult to make a judgment. Although she looks quite cute and attractive, and even calls me husband, but after all, humans and ghosts are not on the same path, as they are different species. I am not the deity from legends who marries a female ghost. I cannot perform such earth-shattering feats. It's better to find a way to make her leave as soon as possible. Let's go back to the room. Opening the door, I was instantly petrified by the scene before me, a beautiful woman. Oh no, it's a female ghost lying on the bed in thin, gauzy clothing. Even more excessively, she is flipping through my hidden study materials in her hands. I rushed up and snatched the female ghost away, saying it was found under the bed. The people inside are not wearing clothes. Still want to do the same thing with me. In that moment, I felt like I was scalded with boiling water. My body is hot, red, and burning. Hang in there. I also want to say that was when I was shopping. An unscrupulous old man forcefully stuffed it into my hands. She pointed to the picture in the book and spoke again. Huh? Why is this girl kneeling in front of her fiancé? And she has to bow her head. Oh my goodness. Brothers, who can bear this? A female ghost with a stunning figure. She lay on my bed and looked at the bachelor's essential study materials I had collected for years. She even said she wanted to exchange thoughts with me. But bro, even though I'm brave. But I'm not at the level of Ning Kaichin from Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. He took a step forward and snatched the book. He stuffed it under the bed and warned her not to rummage through things in the future. The female ghost obediently agreed. Just as I was about to ask what you were looking for in the bathroom. A head flew by, narrowly missing a collision. I nervously watched her, thinking she was going to eat me. The eyes of the female ghost were staring straight down. She was replaying the image she had just seen in the book in her mind. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. It was as if a light bulb had switched on in her head. Her hands quickly reached towards my private area. She said she wanted to learn according to what she read in the book. She also wanted to take off my clothes. I struggled to urge her to quickly forget about the things in the book. This kind of thing can't be done casually. The female ghost pouted and retorted, saying, Just do it with your husband. I bounced away, saying, Miss, we've only just met not long ago. This is not appropriate. This kind of thing cannot be forced. I thought to myself, I've been a virgin for over 20 years. I can't let the female ghost take it away. But she is a female ghost. I can't beat her in a fight, and I can't run away. I might as well just listen to her. I pretended to be serious and said to the female ghost, Why don't we sit down and talk about something serious? With a surprised, Oh, the female ghost agreed. In an instant, my thoughts were shattered. Why is it impossible to force it? A wave of disappointment. Just as I was about to say how to find a hairpin, the female ghost screamed, I understand. The people in the book are not wearing clothes. Taking off the clothes should work. Then, they stood up and were about to undress completely. I was shocked and my face turned red. Watching the slowly approaching infinite temptation, hundreds of struggles have erupted in my heart. The key is that nobody in front of the screen is willing to watch. So in the end, I could only silently apologize to my private parts. Then I picked up a coat and directly put it on her. At night, female ghost genuinely put on clothes while listening to me ramble on. I watched as she put on ill-fitting clothes and asked, Why don't you change into a set of clothes? The female ghost said she cannot conjure things out of thin air. Then he brought the clothes to his nose and sniffed them, saying there's my scent on them. I quickly intervened and said, Don't sniff randomly. This damn thing, clothes that haven't been washed for a long time naturally have my manly scent. Thinking about ghosts is like being unable to be captured by a camera or the naked eye. So he asked her if she was really a ghost. She denied it directly. She herself didn't know what she was. And I think she may be a soul formed from some kind of obsession. To make her leave quickly, finding the hairpin is essential. I grabbed her hand and asked if she remembered where the lost item was. She looked puzzled. Then she said she was hungry. Do ghosts get hungry too? I had to drag her to the refrigerator. Opened it up and found it empty. There's only a big pancake. Don't know if ghosts can eat it. Anyway, that's all we have. The female ghost looks at the big pancake. Took a bite. Then she shook her head and said it's not filling. Looking at me, she gulped down saliva. Oh my! She's not going to suck my vital energy, right? The female ghost turned her head and looked outside the window. She said, "It seems like there's something delicious over there." I ran to the window and took a sniff. Just as I was about to ask where it was, a pair of hands were placed on my shoulders. And then I started to float. I was so scared that I cried and yelled for my mom. With a whoosh in the sky, the green light disappeared quickly. After a while, with a thud, his feet landed on the ground. Before he could steady himself, he vomited with a loud sound, leaning against a tree. I was just about to ask where this is. Rolling his eyes, the female ghost strode in. The female ghost wants to possess the virgin body for decades. I swear I will never yield. Under the entanglement, the female ghost is hungry. I didn't expect to be taken to find delicious food. This also led to the discovery of a major business opportunity. It's really turning a bad situation into a good one. Just now, the female ghost lifted me up like a little chick just now. With a swoosh, I arrived at a school. The school is dark and deserted, with a spooky atmosphere pervading everywhere. I looked up and saw an elementary school. It seems like I've heard of it before. Looking at the messy desks and chairs all over the floor, I suddenly felt uneasy. Quickly took out my phone to check. It turns out, this is Hyuan Village. It's not far from where I live, and it has been in the news before. They said it was 10 years ago. A developer was planning to build an amusement park in the village. But during the construction later on, there were many supernatural incidents at the construction site and in the surrounding area. The most famous one is Hyuan. A primary school student named Lian Xiang mysteriously disappeared. The police searched everywhere but couldn't find anything. A month later, the body suddenly appeared out of thin air in the school building. And then half a month passed. The principal inexplicably hanged himself. Strange things also happened at the construction site. Eventually, it led to the project being abandoned and construction halted. I was so shocked when I saw this information that I broke out in a cold sweat. I was thinking about quietly slipping away and running off. The female ghost said there are delicious things inside and wants me to go in with her. I am hesitating, but she is licking her lips. She flew up and pushed me inside. I feel something weird here. I was about to say a few words, but before I could finish speaking, a female ghost with blood-red hollow eyes floated over. I was so scared that I quickly changed my words. It was just a joke. Gathering my courage, there was already a female ghost following me. What is there to be afraid of? With a big push, the door banged open. The spiders and mice inside were frightened and scattered. Jianli rode on my shoulders, pointing to the 5th floor. It's up there. Arrived at the 5th floor. It turns out to be the principal's office. She whooshed and floated directly in. Saw a comb on the table. Drool spilled all over the floor. Said that this is delicious. I used a comb to blow off the dust on top. My face was puzzled. I thought it was something delicious. Just a comb. Nothing special. Can you really eat this thing? It just feels a bit cool. Ghosts sure have unique tastes. Jianli waved his hand. The comb flew up instantly, floating in the air. Then it began to suck in big gulps, as if it were a delicacy. A small tongue licked it. A face full of happiness and contentment. I held the comb she had used to brush her hair. It no longer felt cold. The female ghost said that there is soul energy inside this comb, and by consuming it, she can satisfy her hunger. But there are even tastier things here. Let me look for them together with her. Suddenly, I had a brilliant idea. Looking for soul energy, isn't that just looking for ghosts? Paranormal events? Adventure videos? Combined with what we need to do now. Finally found a way to make big money and keep Jiangli here. So I turned around and asked her if she could sense where the soul energy is. After receiving a positive response, I thought that since the enthusiasm for the marriage proposal at the grave hadn't died down yet, I should continue with another wave. This time, the focus would be on exploring supernatural events, with Jiangli, the female ghost, as an assistant. Then it's as good as in the bag. It will definitely be a big hit. Action speaks louder than words. Just do it. Then she threw the phone to Jiangli. Ask her to take good photos. Reward her by taking her to eat delicious food once she has taken good photos. This little glutton. Upon hearing that there is delicious food, she was so happy that she jumped up and down in place. I then gave her a few more instructions. Jiangli hung the phone in the air. Aim it at me. We officially started our money-making plan. As more people flooded into the live stream room. Everyone wants to know what will happen next. I also want to know. Just like me. Waiting for an update. Jiangli, a female ghost, took me to find delicious food. Ended up at the eerie Hyuan in the principal's office. After sucking the soul energy from a comb, she said she was still not full. She asked me to continue looking for delicious food with her. So we embarked on a new round of live stream adventure. I introduced the place to the camera. Here is Hyuan, built 40 years ago with a donation from the Shangyuan Foundation. The mysterious disappearance case of a teenage girl 10 years ago opened up the eerie legend here. Since then, strange cases and accidents have occurred every year. Everyone moved away from here 3 years ago. So, are these so-called supernatural events man-made, coincidental, or are there really ghosts causing mischief? I will take everyone to investigate and find out. Just as I was full of excitement, with spittle flying, the comb behind me slowly emitted a scent. With a swoosh, it floated up. Jiangli's eyes widened when he saw it. His mouth involuntarily started salivating again. But he shook his head and said, "No, can't eat. Need to film the video well. For all that is happening. I don't have any feelings." Continue to introduce those supernatural things seriously in front of the camera. The girl who disappeared into thin air 10 years ago. Behind it, the sudden appearance of a girl's body. It's appearing at the door of the principal's office. And then the principal hanged himself in this office. So, this should be the legendary origin. Just as I arrived here just now, I found a comb that only girls would use. It's this one. I was about to pick up the comb I had just seen to show it to you. But it turned out to be empty. I turned around and saw the comb dancing like a dancer. Spinning and leaping in the air without stopping. I saw this scene and thought it was a little trick Jiangli did for the sake of the show. But the next second, a black hand suddenly grabbed me. I saw that Jiangli didn't make any move. I turned my head. A pair of dark eyes stared straight at me. In an instant, I was stunned. Cold sweat poured down. The next moment, with one hand, he grabbed my throat and lifted me up directly. It made my whole body unable to move. Because I was facing away from Jiangli. She couldn't see that I was being suppressed right now. So this guy is facing the screen. Silly watching my back. Dribbling, thinking that there will be delicious food when the video is finished. He really is a glutton. Just as I was shouting for help with all my might. The Buddhist rosary in my hand glittered with golden light. A burst of golden light instantly spread all over my body. Startled, the female ghost I was holding tried to escape. I grabbed her and pulled her back. Just as the female ghost was wondering why I could catch her. This female ghost wants to offer herself to me because she can't defeat me. She also said she is willing to do anything as long as I spare her. I thought to myself, what a lucky turn of events! Just as I was about to lose control, a cold sensation suddenly arose on my back. It turns out to be that female ghost called Jianli who calls me husband. She is staring at me with glowing red eyes. I instantly realized and broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, does that female ghost also feel jealous? I grabbed the hand of the female ghost in front of me and yelled loudly. In broad daylight, in front of everyone, how dare you seduce me? The female ghost was also stunned. Where did this broad daylight come from in the middle of the night? I once again gave her a barrage of righteous output, just because of imagining Jiangli tying me up and fiercely whipping me with a small leather whip. But the female ghost approached again with a sobbing voice. The next moment, a cold breath enveloped my face. I suddenly felt that something was not right. I was fooled. The female ghost laughed and pushed me away, saying she approached me to absorb my soul energy. Then she turned around and launched an attack towards me. Because I couldn't dodge in time, I was knocked down to the ground. After getting up, there were several fresh red bloodstains left on my back. The female ghost thought that absorbing soul energy was stronger than before. She then launched another attack on me. I had the power of magic to support me. I effortlessly dodged left and right, avoiding everything. The female ghost felt a moment of astonishment, feeling insulted. So she wanted to muster up the courage and make an effort towards me. And then the next second, with a loud smack, a crisp slap fiercely landed on her face. The female ghost was immediately stunned. She was just about to retaliate. I grabbed her head and started smashing it wildly. At the same time, I kept muttering in my mouth. All day long, all you know is fighting and killing. Not well behaved at all. Today I am here to clean up you demons and monsters. Let the light of righteousness shine upon this sunny land. The female ghost was beaten, and her soul energy scattered everywhere. Jiangli was directly sucked in. She swallowed it mouthful by mouthful, saying it was delicious. Her little mouth twisted. Satisfaction filled her face. When I brought up the female ghost and wanted to ask some questions, the female ghost started crying loudly like a child, and accused me of bullying her. The female ghost sat on the ground. Her body shrinks as she cries. In the end, she turned into a little girl. I looked at the little girl in front of me. She seemed familiar, and I subconsciously asked her if she was Lotus Fragrance. It's the girl who went missing and died, Yuan. The girl was surprised that I recognized her, and seemed very puzzled. I hurried to help her up. I want to know what exactly happened 10 years ago. The girl cried and said that someone had forced her. I quickly comforted her and said I could help her. Just then, there was a loud bang. A sound came from it. A strong gust of wind directly sucked away the fragrance of the lotus flower. I reached out my hand to pull it. Dark mist gushed out. A giant monster shrouded in dark mist emerged. It reached out a large hand trying to slap me onto the floor. At a critical moment, Jiangli flashed over and stood in front of me. Dark mist and green light collided directly, creating a barrier of gas. I was instantly sent flying. Jiangli watched as I was sent flying. Thinking I was injured, she came over to check. The next second, because she was distracted, she was also shocked and sent flying. I didn't expect the female ghost to use charm on me. It turned out to be Lotus Fragrance, the little girl who went missing 10 years ago and was later found dead. Just as I was about to ask what happened 10 years ago, a large dark shadow sucked her away. He wanted to kill me. I was knocked unconscious and thrown back. When I woke up and opened my eyes, I found the female ghost Jiangli staring at me blankly. Jiangli showed a happy expression when she saw me wake up. I tried to sit up and stand up without realizing I was in a tree. Just as my handsome face was about to kiss the ground, Jiangli grabbed me and landed safely. That was close. Almost fell, and made a fool of myself. I looked around and found myself outside of Hyuan. It means I have escaped. Jiangli saved me. I immediately asked her about the female ghost inside and the black monster. Can we defeat it? Jiangli said, we can't because our soul energy is not enough. Then she threw the phone to me. She said the video has been filmed according to my requirements. She is about to start eating delicious food. I doubtedly asked her where the delicious food came from. She directly pulled out a large black finger. She said this is the delicious food. It was taken casually when she just saved me. I asked her in confusion how to eat this. Should we grill it or stir-fry it? Jiangli shook his head vigorously. Then he threw the big black finger up into the sky. It made a swooshing sound as it flew up. Finally, he didn't forget to lick his little tongue. He felt completely satisfied. When she was still savoring the taste, I suddenly realized that my body has undergone some changes. The previous feeling of exhaustion completely disappeared. I look at Jiangli. I noticed that her soul spell has also stabilized a lot. It turns out that things filled with negative energy are the best way to replenish energy for the soul spell. I asked Jiangli what happened later. Also, what was going on with the energy and reactions in my body before. She was about to tell me when the dark mist started rising up from her body. It turned out that it was already dawn. The sunlight was shining on her. She picked me up and flew straight up from the spot. A beam of light streaked across the sky. Then, we arrived at my room. After that, she hid trembling behind the door. Dark mist was still emanating from her body, so I quickly closed the curtains and turned on the lights to prevent her from being exposed directly to sunlight. After doing all this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangli, on the other hand, quickly rushed up to play tag with me. I, however, feel that she is like a small animal. She sticks to people and acts cute to find her owner. I told her that the curtains don't block the light so well. The sun is coming up, we need to hide quickly. She said she could enter my body. She said she had made a contract with me. When I die, she disappears. When I heard this, my jaw dropped to the ground. I hurriedly asked what contract. Jiangli directly reached out his hand. A shiny ring sparkled on the ring finger of his left hand. He said, "This is the covenant." It turns out to be the consequence of the proposal while dancing at the grave before. Jiangli said happily that he is now one with me. She can regain her strength as long as I find delicious food for her. If she doesn't eat enough, I will die. And if I die, she will also disappear directly. Now I finally understand the exhaustion and weakness I felt before. What about the power to fight female ghosts? It's all because I am connected to Jiangli. When she is hungry, I become weak. When she is powerful, I become stronger. The power between her and me is shared. The camera turns. Little female ghost Lianxiang was dragged back by the big black monster and was beaten directly. Weakly sitting in the corner, shivering, the big black monster threatened her while beating her. He said he wouldn't let Lianxiang leave him. Looking at a broken finger, he muttered to himself that he felt they would come back. Next time, he must personally kill those two guys. It seems there will be danger in the next episode. At the tombstone disco, a female ghost popped out, insisting that I am her husband. She always wants to play tricks with me, and even take me to find delicious food. What's even more outrageous is that she even made some kind of contract with me. When she's hungry, I feel weak. When she's strong, I feel strong too. After a thrilling night, I was already hungry. Carrying my female ghost wife, I arrived at the noodle shop downstairs. The boss and I are old acquaintances. He found it strange that I was here so early today because usually I only come down when he is about to close up. I didn't tell him. I had a fight with a ghost last night. So, I casually chatted with him, saying I had something to do. Shortly after, a bowl of beef noodles with plenty of meat and juice was served. I picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Asked about the matter of Jianli's soul energy while eating. Jianli said that she lost a lot of power before and needs to absorb soul energy to recover. Just like the delicious things she ate before, she can also absorb others' fear. I slurped up the noodles and exclaimed, "Fear too?" So that means for soul spell, scaring people to extract fear is also a way to enhance and gain soul energy. No wonder those horror stories always have those scary scenes. Then Jiangli's power recovery is related to the live broadcast of hundreds of thousands of people last time. I picked up the big bowl and ate heartily. I put down the big bowl and then made a big gesture. Uncle Jean will keep track of the expenses, and we will settle up at the end of the month. Uncle Jean also waved his hand, urging me to leave quickly. When you have time, go help him out more often. I made an okay gesture with my hand and turned around to leave. I went back home. Watching the video filmed last night, thinking that live streaming can help restore strength. That video should also have an effect. Can't help but marvel at Jianli's stability and control. Although it was the first time operating it. But the stability is really top-notch. And with some post-processing, this video will definitely be a hit. The most important thing is that it can also replenish energy for Jianli. It's really a win-win situation. So I contacted director Wang, who previously collaborated on the Toon Disco project. Turned around and called Jianli. At the sound of that, she lunged at me with a leap and bumped straight into my face. She said angrily that calling her like that made her feel distant in the relationship. The baby is unhappy. This made me break out in a cold sweat. Feeling embarrassed, I reluctantly tried calling her dearly. The next moment, she appeared in front of me with a lovely and cute look. I asked her if the monster she encountered at Haiyuan last night could be dealt with. Thinking about recording this video in full to make it a series. And I promised that Lotus Fragrance Girl. I need to find out what really happened at Haiyuan in the past. Jianli said that she couldn't win unless she found her hairpin. I got up and was about to take her to look for it, but she said the hairpin had been stolen by a tomb raider half a year ago. With tears in her eyes, she asked me to help her find it back, saying it was very important to her. I patted her head and agreed. But how should I find it? Jianli said there were 3 tomb raiders. She had already scared 2 of them silly. 1 more escaped. The hairpin should be in the hands of the one who escaped. She absorbed soul energy yesterday, and can now roughly sense the position of the hairpin. It should still be in this city. I was about to turn on the computer to look up information about the tomb thief when the phone rang. When I thought it was Director Pang who had finished editing the video. What popped up was a group text message from the police. It warned about recent malicious acts of injury. When going out, be sure to have someone accompany you. The police will catch the culprit as soon as possible. The camera then turned to Yonda Financial Center, the film studio directed by Wang Big Guy. A few employees are daydreaming, complaining that they will starve if they don't get more work. They mentioned that they have had no work since completing my order previously. The man wearing a hat next to them overheard. One of them exploded. Don't mention that night. Just the thought of it makes my hair stand on end. The man wearing a hat was still lamenting about not having money to pay the rent. Suddenly, there was a bang. Wang Big Guy pushed the door open and entered. Excitedly holding up the phone, he said, "Brothers, we've got some action." The man wearing a hat asked in a pretend serious tone, "What kind of action?" The chubby director patted on his hat and said, "It's still Fong Ning's job." Upon hearing that it was my job, everyone shook their heads one after another, unwilling to take on the task. They don't want to go dancing at the graveyard again. But Wang Big Guy told them that this time, they don't need to go to the graveyard, just need to edit the video. The employees looked at the video that had not been opened in the group. They all whispered about the last time when they danced at the graveyard. As a result, Wang Big Guy slapped it away. This time is different. This time is a lucky find. The studio can make a comeback. It can even shake the whole industry. Then he pressed the play button. The man was so scared after watching the video, his soul almost left his body. He fell to the ground with a thud, but then got up. Trembling, he couldn't believe that the special effects were done so well. It was so lifelike. I have sent the videos filmed in Haiyuan and Jiangli to them for post-production. Director Pang shared the project with his staff, and they started watching. One of the staff members gasped and pointed at the dancing comb on the screen. Terrified, he grabbed onto his colleague, the man with blonde hair, by the neck. He immediately caused him to foam at the mouth. The man with yellow hair immediately broke free from him. He said, "It's just a comb. What's there to be afraid of?" But the next second, he fell to the ground with a thud. His eyeballs were almost popping out because he saw a female ghost rising from a comb. What's even more sensational is that I was fighting with the female ghost. The man with yellow hair trembled in disbelief and said it was a special effect. Director Wang Big Guy was also sweating profusely, because in his decades of experience in the industry, there is no trace of editing in this video at all. After watching, everyone felt eerie. But I still want to know how Lian Xiang died in the video. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Fatty Director subsequently took out the information he retrieved from going to the library. It was stated in the video that the Lian Xiang in the video is identical to the Lian Xiang from 10 years ago. Therefore, they discovered the key point. They said that this video will definitely go viral. Then, they started making promises to their little buddies. In the end, they had no choice but to offer a bonus. So, just like you in front of the screen, they heard that money instantly boosted their motivation. They then rolled up their sleeves and started working hard. Time passes in the blink of an eye. A few hours later, the video and cover were both released. Director Wang watched the video. He patted employee Shue's shoulder and gave him a round of praise. Afterwards, he will go and log into his account to post the video. His subordinate quickly asked him if he wanted to show me the video. Director Fatty immediately transformed into a social media star. He said, "I'm his good buddy. Once it's edited, it can be posted right away." The camera turns, and we see the video website's review department. The reviewer is just like you at work. Just as usual, feeling around for fish. Watching the audit video on the computer, he felt it was the same as other adventure videos. Nothing interesting, just gimmicks. But the next second, he was shocked. The boiling water almost burned him. His colleagues around were also influenced by his actions. He stood up to confirm again, then called out to his colleagues. He said he found an interesting video. His colleagues saw him acting so exaggeratedly, so they all curiously ran over. The man wearing glasses seems a bit skeptical, thinking whether it is necessary to be so exaggerated. But then the whole world suddenly became quiet. The woman with blue hair, shocked, said it was too short and not exciting enough. Then, they started discussing shooting techniques and special effects. They also want to see who the author is. The camera angle shifts. I walked on the street with Jiangli, analyzing while following her guidance to find hairpins. 6 months ago, 3 people were lurking near Princess Tomb. The police caught 2 of them, both habitual tomb raiders. The third person's whereabouts are unknown. The 2 people who were caught saw Jiangli. In the prison cell, they were screaming as if they had seen a ghost. The police did not find the tomb-robbing cave in Princess Tomb. The third person who fled did not have time to cover up the scene. Then there may be other people behind this. Perhaps it's also related to Haiyuan. Suddenly, Jiangli popped out of my body, saying she was very close to the hairpin position. I hastily covered her up. TWF. This is on a main street. If someone sees it, won't it be over? Then I comforted her with a few words, saying that when we reach a place with no one around, I'll let her out. The sun is setting in the west, and the sky is getting dark. Jiangli popped out a finger to point me the way. Then I arrived at an alley behind a hotel. The surroundings were crowded with people. A police cordon was pulled up. A dried corpse lay on the ground. The police officer with sharp eyes is observing the surroundings. The crowd next to them kept on discussing. Even Officer Jean came. This situation looks like it's not simple. The sexy beauty tried to make advances, but was pushed away by me. It's not that I have no desires or wants. It's because the female ghost hidden in my body gave me a partial massage. I encountered an emergency avoidance and pushed away the beauty. Before that, I followed the female ghost Jiangli to look for her hairpin. I passed by a hotel alley and encountered a body that had been drained of blood. I heard people around saying that this is already the third case like this. The leading red-haired detective asked his apprentice for their opinion on the case. The apprentice stated that from the scene, it seemed like the victim died around 3 a.m. There were no signs of an attack on the body, and the cameras did not capture anything. Similar to the previous two cases, all the victims died suddenly of heart failure. However, several of the victims did not have any heart-related diseases. Therefore, this is very likely a serial murder case. Inspector Hongfa interrupted him. I asked for deductions based on the scene. The deceased showed no signs of poisoning. There were no drug residues in the body. The talisman conforms to the characteristics of natural death. However, the body was desiccated. Therefore, this cannot be a natural death. There must be another reason. The apprentice scratched his head, indicating that he really couldn't think of anything else. Unless it's caused by ghosts or monsters. Then the red-haired police officer quickly issued a notice asking residents to try to go out less at night. The scene changes. Inside the unfinished building, a man is holding a hairpin in his hands and reciting something in his mouth. "Sir, the time has come." The next second, a huge head suddenly appears from the wall. Then the tongue licks as if about to enjoy a magnificent feast. The man nervously invited and said it's time to set off. The head from the wall directly jumped onto the man's back. It was a baby-like demon. Then it patted the man, telling him not to be nervous. It said it would help the police find something that they couldn't find on their own. Moreover, it has a hairpin in its hand, making it an invincible soul apparatus that can easily defeat even a level 4 spiritual entity. Then she handed the hairpin to the man, and their plan began. The middle-aged man had just finished discussing business at the wine table and stumbled out of the door. He bumped into the man head-on. The man threw a warning glance at the middle-aged man, who was instantly stunned. The man then whispered to the middle-aged man's ear, "Just follow this alley to get home." The middle-aged man, his eyes red, staggered in that direction. The man behind him then said, "Please, sir, come back for a meal." The middle-aged man walked to the entrance of an alley, but found a wall in front of him. Just as he reached out his hand to touch it, a head full of eyes suddenly popped out. The middle-aged man was scared out of his wits. On the other side, MG Bar. I have been sitting here for hours. Only because Jiangli said the soul energy that triggered the alarm is here. And the dried corpse case in the hotel alley before. It is very likely done by the person we are looking for. Because there is the scent of the hairpin on the dried corpse. Suddenly, Jiangli popped out and pointed to the side, saying that he sensed the soul energy of the hairpin just outside. I immediately stood up and rushed out. Shamelessly, I told the waiter that they didn't need to keep looking. The waiter was also taken aback before reacting. Upon looking, there was a dollar bill under the water glass. She was so angry that she directly smashed the glass. I've seen stingy people before, but I've never seen anyone this stingy. I squeezed my way out of the crowd directly. Looking around, I never expected a hot and sexy beauty to set her sights on me. "Little brother, would you like to have a drink? After drinking, we can chat about life together." I was just about to refuse, but the beauty threw herself at me. Her little hands were very restless and reached for my private area. How the hell can I endure this? Just as I was about to prepare for a fight, one noise directly sent her flying. It's not that I didn't want to. It's because the female ghost in my body felt jealous. She gave me a one-handed massage. This caused quite a stir. Everyone looked in this direction. The boss of the guards and his henchmen walked up. I quickly apologized and explained that it was a misunderstanding. However, those few people were not willing to let it go. They immediately wanted to give me a big slap. I grabbed the arm of the intruder with one hand and threw them down effortlessly. With a bang, the person was taken down directly. Seeing this, the others picked up sticks and surrounded me. Jiangli wanted to kill them all. I quickly stopped him. I didn't want to go to jail. But then, they came charging at me with sticks. I kicked the evil ghost who was harming people away. But I was mistaken for the murderer. Just because I was in the alley. Just now, a middle-aged man who was working hard for his wife and children came out of the bar. He bumped into a man wearing a cap and shirt head-on. The man helped him up. The middle-aged man repeatedly thanked him and said he wanted to treat him to a drink. The man said to walk back in the opposite direction and he would be able to go home. But the next second, a ghost emerged from the wall. It wanted to suck the middle-aged man dry and turn him into a mummy. The man was bound and unable to move. Just as he felt he was about to die, a foot suddenly kicked over. With a bang, the ghost was kicked directly into the wall. Yes, that foot is mine. I turned my head to look at the middle-aged man and asked him how he was doing and if he was okay. He was about to answer, but suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. At this moment, the female ghost Jiangli appeared and confidently stated that the hairpin was on the ghost's body. At the same time, that ghost flew out again. Thinking I was a soul hunter, it wanted to negotiate terms with me. But buddy, I am a good young man. How can I agree? Causing harm maliciously in broad daylight, I cannot stand idly by. Seeing that I am so unyielding, the evil spirit directly launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill me. Looking at the disgustingly entangled dark mist on my body, I felt extremely nauseous. With a swish, a small green hand pierced through the dark mist from my body. The evil spirit was immediately taken aback. At this moment, the Buddhist rosary in hand started emitting bursts of golden light. It's time for me to show off again. I charged forward with a quick step. The evil spirit, sensing the danger, tried to run away. I shouted loudly, "Dearly!" Jiangli rushed out of my body and fiercely attacked the evil spirits by devouring them. After finishing, he even licked his small tongue and patted his bulging belly. The evil spirit became weakened because its soul energy was absorbed. I rushed forward again, shouting loudly for it to hand over the hairpin. It tried to escape. I used a big move to push it down directly onto the ground. Then I firmly pressed it down with my foot. Asked Jiangli what to do next. This little foodie is trying to kill someone directly. Who knew the evil spirit would just take out a hairpin directly? A green light shoots up into the sky. Directly caught us off guard. When I realized it, the monster had already escaped. At the same time, a bright light came from behind me. "Don't move, raise your hands." Seeing that I didn't react, a young police officer quickly subdued me and knocked me down. When I stood up, a dark gun barrel was pointed right at me. But the next second, the man put away the gun and said it shouldn't have been me. The young policeman looked disbelief. Pointing at the middle-aged fat man on the ground, he said that this looks exactly like the previous deceased person's condition. The man directly said that there were no traces of other people around the previous case. And there are cameras over there that can capture this alley. If I were really the murderer, I would never make such a basic mistake. The young policeman punched the wall, venting his frustration. He also asked me who I am. The middle-aged chubby man woke up at this moment and said that I am his savior. The young policeman eagerly wanted to ask something. But the next second, the middle-aged man fainted. At this moment, a middle-aged policeman walked over and asked me if I was Soul Hunter. I was confused and wanted to pretend for a moment. But he could tell early on. Then he handed over a business card. It turned out to be the head of the criminal investigation team, Zhang Tiantao. He also mentioned to pay attention to eye contact and facial expressions when telling lies. He instructed me to be careful dealing with those things and then left. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, unbeknownst to us, that evil spirit floated directly into the arms of a man. The female ghost wife wants to cultivate together with me. But I said I want to catch thieves, because the mystic power of my body is not enough. My wife, a female ghost, took me to my spiritual world to enhance my mystic power. But the next second, our clothes disappeared out of nowhere. Before that happened, while looking for a hairpin for his female ghost wife, he encountered a spirit baby ghost and got into a fight with it. Jiangli then beat the spirit baby ghost and chased it away. The spirit baby ghost flew onto the body of the man with the hat and said he wanted to go hunting in another city. After suffering a great injustice today, I must seek revenge. The man with the hat lifted his foot and jumped down swiftly. After Jiangli and I got rid of the police uncles, we started chasing them. She felt that spirit baby ghost was injured. They shouldn't be able to run far, they should be just ahead. I remembered that I seemed to have had the chance to catch spirit baby ghost just now. I will ask Jiangli how they managed to dodge it. Jiangli said she couldn't materialize because the vital energy of that middle-aged man was too heavy. The spirit baby ghost is using soul techniques. It requires soul energy or mystic power to break through, and only a powerful force can do it. Soul energy is only possessed by a soul spell. Mystic power, on the other hand, exists within everyone's body. Most people can only unleash their internal mystic power in a life-threatening situation. I feel that Jiangli's memories have recovered. She said it was because she ate something delicious that she remembered some things. I realized that I was unable to break free from the constraint of the spirit baby ghost before, which was due to insufficient mystic power. Jiangli interrupted me. That's not true. The mystic power in my husband's body has far exceeded mine under the amplification of my soul energy. It just needs the external release of mystic power from the body. I don't know what to do. Jiangli's little brain lit up with an idea. The next second, she pounced directly at me, asking me to pay close attention. Right after that, she kissed me. The moment of contact felt like falling into an endless sea. Jiangli told me that this is my spiritual world, because we have formed a contract. So as long as the connection deepens, we can enter here together. I don't know how to deepen the connection. Do you understand in front of the video? I said, we need to hurry up and catch that spirit baby ghost and not let it get away. Jiangli said that time in the spiritual world is 1,000th of the time in the outside world. He told me not to worry and to quickly get familiar with the usage of spiritual energy. But the next second, our clothes disappeared directly. This is too exciting. Jiangli said that clothing greatly affects spiritual energy, so we need to take them off. She turned around and moved behind me. A super massage is about to come. If my friends don't like to see the following scene, I won't cut it. In no time, I was enveloped in golden light. As I opened my eyes, my spiritual energy radiated outward, soared up into the sky with a whoosh. Jiangli instantly spotted that man. The man in the hat also noticed us. Spirit baby ghost urged him to leave quickly, because he knew there was a spirit of at least level 5 inside me. It's too strong to defeat. Just as Hatman was about to get on the motorcycle, I jumped onto the lamppost in front. Mockingly addressing the spirit baby ghost, he said, "So this is how you hide from the police, by parasitizing a living person's body. And you must be the third person among those tomb robbers." The man in the hat was about to get angry. I jumped down and released mystic power, which directly blasted him away. He got up and pulled out a dagger. The spirit baby ghost also appeared. The battle was about to begin. I want the spirit baby ghost to immediately hand over the hairpin. He reached into his own body. The next second, a green light spurted out. Spirit baby ghost rode on a black dragon and launched a soul technique attack at me. I used the dragon subduing palm technique. With a bang, it directly broke through. Spirit baby ghost was shocked. Then it immediately unleashed its ultimate move. I concentrated my mystic power and unleashed it fully. There was another loud bang. The spirit baby ghost was so frightened that it trembled, exclaiming, "How could this be possible?" Seeing this, I immediately summoned Jiangli to deliver the final blow to it. A wave of green light rushed forward. With a loud bang, the hairpin fell. I hurriedly reached out to catch it. The next moment, black threads tightly entwined around me. This man wants to kill me. I not only was not angry, but also threw him a cell phone. This is my contact information. It will be convenient to communicate in the future. It turns out that the man was under the control of the spirit baby ghost, and had to help it lure and kill prey. On the way to report the case, Jianli and I encountered the spirit baby ghost, so we activated battle mode. During the fight, a hairpin fell. The female ghost wife directly sucked the soul energy. The spirit baby ghost saw the hairpin was lost and became enraged. The next moment, I used the descending dragon palm technique to knock it down. However, a remnant consciousness of the spirit baby ghost collided into my head. In an instant, my mind was filled with many fragments of memories. The fragments showed that the spirit baby ghost was a drowned infant. He was born only to be drowned by his own father shortly thereafter, becoming a vengeful spirit. The previous victims had resemblances to the spirit baby ghost's father. In retaliation, he cruelly killed them. Seeing this, I looked at Jiangli with curiosity, wondering what kind of obsession made her stay on Princess Tomb for thousands of years. The next second, a dagger stabbed over. A clang sound as I caught it between my fingers. Seeing this situation, the man was suddenly scared and trembling. It turned out to be the man who was with the spirit baby ghost. My finger twisted, and the dagger snapped in response. The man was instantly so scared that he couldn't stop trembling and wet himself. Grasping his hair, he kept muttering, "I'm doomed," in his mouth. I pushed him against the wall and asked him about the spirit baby ghost. The man said that he took on a big job on Chongbai Road half a year ago. Chongbai Road is a broker in the grave robbing industry. He has a lot of channels to know where to dig. He is a representative of a huge force. The previous job he took was to excavate something at the princess tomb. He was given an ancient pottery jar, which he said can only be opened when they reach the destination. Because he couldn't control his curiosity and opened it. It turned out to be the spirit baby ghost, and he was tortured that day and his consciousness was controlled. By the time he recovered, he was already at Princess Tomb with his companions. The spirit baby ghost then released control and burrowed underground. Just when they thought they could take this opportunity to escape, the spirit baby ghost emerged from underground holding a hairpin. The shadows that came out with it immediately launched an attack. It was because he promised to help the spirit baby ghost hunt and kill prey that had brought him out to escape together. His companion was dragged into the woods and later became mentally ill. If he didn't agree, he would be killed immediately. Moreover, his child was seriously ill and needed money. He had no choice but to agree. Looking at the man crying in front of me, tears streaming down his face, I feel sorry for him. However, the victims also have families, and what you are doing makes you an accomplice. The man, upon hearing this, immediately bowed and begged for forgiveness. I grabbed him by the collar and shouted loudly, "You owe your apologies to those who have lost their loved ones forever." Then I quickly asked him where and how to contact Chongbai Dao. The man said that their whereabouts are uncertain, as most of their tasks are assigned online. Not getting any useful information, I asked the man for his phone. He input his contact information and then tossed it to him. Ask him to notify immediately if he has any news about Chongbai Dao in the future. Then I turned around and left. The man saw that I was not sending him to the police station, so he kept knocking his head to bow and thank me. When he got up and looked again, the female ghost, my wife, has already taken me away flying. On the way home, I told Jianli, I did this just because I don't want his child to end up like me, being an orphan from a young age. The female ghost wife is very understanding and even said that I am super powerful. I was able to defeat the spirit baby ghost in a short amount of time and helped her find her hairpin. So, she immediately wanted to give me a loving hug. I pushed her away and solemnly said that there must be someone else behind the hairpin that was dropped. I also asked her if she knew about Chong Bai Dao's matters. The female ghost wife was obviously displeased with my actions. After pondering for a long time, she finally uttered, "I don't know." She also mentioned that her memory has not been restored and asked me not to keep asking. I could only apologize and go home when I saw her looking disappointed. On the way home, I realized that the hairpin was still with me. So I immediately took it out and gave it to her. The little girl asked me to put the hairpin on for her myself. I held her head with both hands. The next second, her pupils dilated instantly. It seems like she saw the man she had been waiting for. The female ghost wife wants to discuss the origin of life with me, but I pushed him away. I previously helped the female ghost wife find a hairpin. She asked me to help her put it on, and I foolishly asked if she liked it. The next second, she spun, jumped, and leaped into the air. Her clothes were torn apart directly, and in an instant, she became naked. My eyes were wide open. I couldn't believe that the torn clothes were my prized collection for many years. I felt extremely heartbroken. The next second, he completed the transformation, appearing in front of me like a fairy. Suddenly, her forehead flashed. A huge spiritual energy surged into my body. In just a moment, I felt like my body was about to burst. With a loud sound, the spiritual energy burst out and soared into the sky. On the other side of the city, a red-haired woman and a muscular man standing on top of a building saw the surging spiritual energy and exclaimed, "Mystic power is so strong!" They immediately wanted to go take a look. However, the demons behind them launched an attack. The red-haired woman not only did not run away, but also sneered contemptuously. In just one turn, those demons were instantly killed and turned into debris. In an abandoned building, a man was kneeling on the ground, trembling. The man with yellow hair in a suit sensed that the aura of the spirit baby ghost had disappeared, thinking that the soul hunter had taken action. Chong Bai Dao, on the other hand, said it was not a big deal. The spirit baby ghost was just an experimental subject. Even though it's dead, we still need to investigate who did it. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain to the higher-ups. The man with yellow hair was instructed to take care of the kneeling man. The man with yellow hair acted without hesitation. With a click, the man ascended to heaven. At the same time, the police officer Zhang Tian'ao also noticed the surging spiritual energy. He turned around and told his apprentice that he had to leave for something urgent. After releasing the spiritual energy, I instantly felt much more relaxed. While I was still feeling the mystic power, the female ghost, my wife, floated over and said, "Someone is coming! Let's go quickly!" With a whoosh, we floated back home. I was still alert because that beam of light might cause some trouble. Jiangli said it wouldn't because ordinary people can't see it. I asked why there is such a strong spiritual power. Jiangli said it may be due to absorbing the mystic power of the spirit baby ghost, and the power left in the hairpin from her previous self. And these are only 1/10 of her peak period. This statement petrified me instantly. The next second, I realized that her memory should have been restored. But Jiangli said that she only remembered a little bit, and she would get a headache whenever she tried to recall more. I comforted her by saying, "If you can't remember, then don't force yourself to recall." But the next moment, he pounced on me to discuss the origin of life. I was just about to give up resisting and get to the point when my phone rang. It's a text message from director Wang Big Guy. He said the video he sent before has gone viral. The moment I saw the message, I immediately threw Jiangli out. I rushed to the computer to check it out. When I saw that all the data had been leaked, I immediately wanted to transform into a money-making big dinosaur. In short, it's all about making money. As I daydreamed, a voice came. "Sir, look over here." I looked around but didn't see Jiangli's figure. At this moment, she emerged from my body and invited me to enter her sea of consciousness to take a look. The next second, I entered my own sea of consciousness, only to find countless large fish emitting golden light swimming in circles. Jiangli said that these are all the power of fear. Let me close my eyes. The next moment, we were both completely naked, and the power of fear was constantly entering our bodies. When I woke up, I only felt a surge of power throughout my body. I should be able to smash Spirit Baby Ghost on my own, and the power of fear should be generated by the videos being released. Thinking back on everything that happened today, my mind is a bit chaotic. So I immediately took a shower. In the middle of the night, the female ghostly wife came to the bedside. The next second, she slipped naked directly into my blanket and said, "I've been waiting for you for so many years." And at that moment, I was having a nightmare. In the dream, a big fire was burning fiercely. Inside a delicate small building, the blonde blogger Big Potato was grooming. Suddenly, the phone rang, ding ding. He immediately picked up the phone to check. But the next second, he was shocked. His video views had dropped to second place. And the one surpassing him is actually a newcomer. It's unbelievable just to think about it. So he immediately ran to the computer. He wanted to see what kind of content this troublemaking blogger had posted. How did it become more popular than his own content? Time flew by. He breathed a sigh of relief and admitted defeat. It's really impressive. No wonder it surpassed his own content overnight. It also piqued his curiosity. So he immediately reposted it to generate more buzz. With the help of a popular online influencer, the video's popularity skyrocketed. As the scene shifted to another angle, the sky was getting slightly brighter. At this moment, I am still fast asleep. Unaware of the beauty in my arms as precious as jade, in my mind are thoughts of eating rice cakes with steamed buns. The incomparable deliciousness was truly enjoyable. Subconsciously, I reached for a steamed bun. The texture was simply unbeatable, soft and smooth. I opened my eyes in a daze. The sensation in my hands felt so real. Suddenly my eyes widened. Realized something was wrong. Where are my hands? I screamed and sat up in just a moment. His female ghost wife was also awakened at this time, rubbing her eyes and asking what had happened. Seeing this scene, my nose started bleeding profusely. Jiangli leaned over to check my nose, which was such a thrilling sight. Things were about to get R-rated, but I immediately stopped her. Covering my nose, I ran towards the table, picking up the tissue that had been my companion for many years. Don't think too much. Just stuff a nose. Turn around and let her put on her clothes. Jiangli spun around with her slippery body. The next moment, she directly transformed into an invincible little loli. She walked towards me with the sunlight on her back. I was puzzled why she wasn't afraid of the sunlight. Jiangli said it was because the hairpin restored some of her power. Also, wearing shorter clothes would be more convenient. She immediately rushed over to ask for that thing. WTF. Could it be that what she meant by convenient is this convenience? But the next second, a damn call came in. It turned out to be the previous director, Wong Big Guy. He told me that the video I uploaded earlier had reached the top. Now, several businesses have approached me. He asked if I wanted to accept. I rejected it directly. I said that I am still a new blogger and need to take care of the feelings of my fans and friends. Also asked Wong Big Guy if they have relevant operational experience. Wong Big Guy is full of doubts. I expressed that I will entrust him with the relevant management and look forward to long-term cooperation. Wong Big Guy initially hesitated a little. But in the end, I said if Wong Big Guy was unwilling, I would find someone else to cooperate with. Wong Big Guy immediately excitedly agreed. As for profit sharing, I generously offered a 30% share directly. Wong Big Guy was instantly grateful upon hearing this, and he pledged to do his best to provide good service. After reaching a cooperation agreement, I saw the popularity of the video, thinking that Jiang Li's strength recovery should also come from these. I don't know how much she has recovered, so I immediately asked her. Jiang Li said that she has not recovered as much as the first time at Princess Tomb. And she estimates that she has only recovered about 1/5 now. Thinking that there is still so much left to recover, I am worried if she has the ability to deal with those monsters in Hyuan. Who knew Jiangli immediately said that they are all rookies. He is completely confident that he can handle them. Upon hearing this, I immediately felt invigorated. With a wave of my hand. Eat, rest, and recharge. Set off for Hyuan tonight. Jiangli was overjoyed and jumped 8 zhang high as soon as she heard it. In the night, climbing up the branches, I put on a handsome hat, opened the window, called Jiangli, and got ready to set off. But the next moment, a hand was placed on the shoulder. With a swoosh, it flew into the sky. 2 heads hid behind a big tree. They sneakily wanted to ride on the popularity of being the first to post a video. But the next second, a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind. The 2 of them immediately got scared and cried, shouting for their mothers. Suddenly, a voice came. "You 2 cowards! If you're scared, then go home." It turned out the person behind them was their leader, a short-haired pretty girl. The man with short yellow hair said that others' videos were made with a lot of tricks and special effects, while they didn't prepare anything. Before he finished speaking, a big pink fist went straight up. "We were just coming to piggyback on the popularity. We didn't even prepare any special effects." Then he said that the title of this video will be, "Exposing the Illusion of the Most Popular Video." Upon hearing this, the man immediately wanted to give a praising compliment. But he was immediately interrupted by the short-haired woman. She waved her hand and said to depart immediately. At this time, the man with yellow hair came closer, his face covered in cold sweat. He indicated to wait a moment, as there seemed to be a sound coming from behind. Several people turned their heads and found 2 shadows. In just a moment, the 2 big men's eyeballs were almost popping out in fright. The short-haired woman instantly became furious. "Are you still men? You don't even have the courage of this girl. Hurry up and get off my mother." When she saw me and Jiangli, she greeted us warmly. After confirming that we are not monsters, they both came up and introduced themselves. Suddenly, the man with the little yellow hair was stunned. He realized that I was the top trending beggar sect elder in the video. Excitedly, he was about to introduce me to his companion. The next moment, she slapped him away. The short-haired woman was extremely excited, saying that she was my die-hard fan. She immediately asked me to sign for her. Seeing Jiangli next to me, she thought we were a couple. At this moment, Jiangli was staring at me with a serious expression. I had no choice but to say that she is my wife. I found out that they also came to Hyuan to shoot a video. I immediately advised them to come during the day. But the bearded man clearly misunderstood, feeling that not allowing them to film was suppressing them. But I directly told them that there are indeed ghosts and monsters in there. Believe it or not. I also advised them not to go in, or there would be a danger to their lives. The bearded man wanted to say something else, but then a whirlwind suddenly started. When they opened their eyes, they found that there was no one in front of them. The bearded man thought we were here to shoot a sequel to Hyuan. So he immediately decided to follow and film, wanting to ride the wave of popularity completely. While the man with yellow hair was still hesitating, the girl with short hair had already rushed in. But they did not notice that a wave of green light sealed the door after they entered. The scene shifted. Jiangli and I had arrived in the corridor. I turned my head and asked Jiangli if she could sense the presence of the monster. Jiangli said it's in the room we visited last time. Upon hearing this, I threw my phone directly and said we can start now. Jiangli immediately picked up the phone and started filming it floating in the air. They arrived at the principal's office visited last time. I kicked the door open with 1 foot. After coming in, I found that special comb. And this comb belonged to a little girl named Lianxiang when she was alive. Maybe through this we can find her soul. I was just reaching out to grab it when suddenly there was a loud bang. That ghost suddenly burst out, shouting arrogantly that this time we definitely won't be able to escape. and I directly ignored it. A force like a landslide surged directly upward. With a loud bang, the ghost was directly blasted away. Seeing this scene, the ghost was shocked and could hardly believe it. Within a few days, you become so powerful. I thought I was the soul hunter. But I immediately said, "Where did I get stronger? I have always had this strength. If you can't win, you can find the reason yourself." Have you improved your strength in these many years? Have you practiced diligently? But why does this sound so familiar? At this moment, the ghost feels that I am mocking him, so he immediately becomes furious. He actually transformed into a mechanical warrior. WTF? This was supposed to be a ghost story. How did it turn into a sci-fi movie? The ghost mechanical warrior doesn't care about that. He just goes straight to using his ultimate move. It seems like he's really not planning to show any mercy. Downstairs, the short-haired girl and her friends are live streaming. The bearded man is facing the camera and saying hello to his family. But then, he suddenly froze. Then, there was a loud bang. I was directly knocked out by mechanical battlesuit. The bearded man was so scared that he sat on the ground. The woman with short hair was also shocked, staring wide-eyed. She thought that if she fell from this 5-story building, she would definitely turn into a pancake. But the next second, a green light flashed out. It turned out to be the female ghost, Jiangli. After a dive, she immediately caught me. The female ghost, his wife, gave me a princess hug. The result shocked the few people downstairs with wide eyes and gaping mouths. Before this, my wife and I, the female ghost, came to Haiyuan and never expected that the previous ghost would transform into a mechanical warrior. He even beat me out of the building directly. The female ghost wife immediately rushed out and hugged me, landing safely. The man with yellow hair had an incredulous look on his face when he saw this. He anxiously asked the man with a beard if this was true. The man with a beard, however, remained calm and said this must be a joke. But the next second, the mechanical ghost fell down with a bang. Shaking caused them to be launched into the air directly from where they stood. The beautiful female leader saw this, and immediately dragged the man with yellow hair away. But mechanical ghost obviously went crazy with anger, threatening not to let anyone go. But before he could move, the man with yellow hair was directly blocked. It turned out to be the barrier circle set up previously. The man with a beard obviously still didn't believe it. He immediately dashed forward and charged up. With a loud bang, he was directly bounced back. Now he finally realized how foolish he was. Now they can only pin their hopes on me. Meanwhile, the mechanical ghost has already beckoned to me. I jumped 800 meters to dodge its deadly attack. But the mechanical demon clearly refused to relent until it smashed me into a meat patty. It picked up its fist the size of a sand pot and smashed me again. I couldn't dodge it, so I had to go all out to catch it. With a bang, I was sent flying 800 miles. I didn't expect this guy's strength to be so terrifying. Obviously, I can't beat him. The next second, I summoned my female ghost wife. Jiangli immediately swung out a giant laser iron chain. Just as the big fist was about to smash down on me, I locked it up. The mechanical ghost instantly became unable to move. I immediately stepped forward to mock it. I am right in front of you. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Saying that, I pat its forehead as if petting an animal and stepped forward, thinking that this guy was evasive and dared not reveal his true self. I immediately realized that he must be trying to cover something up. And he comes from the principal's office in Haiyuan. At this point, I pointed my finger to his forehead. But this mechanical ghost immediately transformed into a middle-aged man. And this man is the former principal Haiyuan, Xian Chang. Seeing his true face, he immediately roared, trying to distance himself from the death of the little girl. He said he didn't intend to kill her. It was all her fault for trying to escape. Seeing him acting so violently, I just went up and punched him. She is so young, with so much of life left to experience. How much agony her parents must be in. After that, I pressed him for the whereabouts of the little girl Lianxiang's soul. But as soon as he heard that I wanted to take Lianxiang away, he immediately flew into a rage. He even declared that he would never let me take her. Then he charged at me directly. With a loud crash, I was slammed into the wall. Looking at Xianchang in front of me, Jiangli immediately reminded that he must have evolved and leveled up. Xianchang immediately launched a super electric shock at me. Because I couldn't dodge in time, I was knocked flying again. With a bang, I flew directly over 800 meters away. Just when I thought I was going to soar into space, my wife, the female ghost, once again staged the drama of saving her husband and grabbed me. But at this moment, Xianchang has also rushed up. He threw a punch towards Jiangli. Of course, I couldn't just stand by. So, I immediately stepped forward to block it. But the outcome was already predetermined. I was once again smashed into the wall. Jiangli quickly came over to check if I was okay. To defend, let the range be smaller. I let Jiangli enter my body. Then turn around immediately and shout. But Xianchang clearly did not relent. He launched another big move towards me. I dodged left and right, finally getting rid of his attack. Having narrowly escaped, I was about to run away. Suddenly, I remembered that Lotus Fragrant Soul had appeared in the principal's office. And she only appears when touching that comb. So, she may still be in the principal's office. So I immediately rushed to the principal's office. Xianchang then also followed. He threatened that he wanted all of us present to disappear from here. And I saw that comb. It means that Lianxiang should be here. Xianchang was instantly stunned by the words. Seeing this, I immediately raised my hand and smashed down. The man was originally the school principal. But he actually banned girls from the school for a long time. My female ghost wife and I came to Haiyuan to find out the truth about the girls, who disappeared many years ago. But we never expected to encounter the elementary school principal, who had turned into a mechanical ghost. And because we had encountered Lianxiang's soul spell in the principal's office before. So I concluded that her soul spell must be in the principal's office. I saw Lotus Fragrance's comb on the table. I immediately thought that this table might be the key to unlocking the hidden space. The principal saw that I had discovered his secret. So he immediately launched a lightning-fast attack. The female ghost wife arrived just in time. She leaped up in one swift motion. But the next second, she was actually shot far away by the impact. Just as the principal was about to unleash his most powerful move to kill, I directly pushed him up. With a loud bang, the principal thought we were all dead. Just when he was about to be pleased with himself. But the next second, he saw me holding Jiangli and running away directly. What's even more annoying is that I ran into his hiding space. At this moment, inside the space, the soul spell of the little girl Lianxiang is being suspended in the air. Suddenly, his eyes opened. It was discovered that a figure suddenly appeared in the space before his eyes. Then she was overjoyed. I saw her even more delighted, rushing up immediately. With a few clicks, she broke the iron chain. The next second, she fell into my arms. At the same time, Principal Xianchang also rushed in. I grabbed Lianxiang, indicating that today I must take her away no matter what. Xianchang, on the other hand, kept persuading Lianxiang that he would protect her. But Lianxiang tightly held onto my clothes. Xianchang saw that Lianxiang remained unmoved. So he immediately got angry, claiming that none of us would be able to leave. Immediately he used an unknown evil spell and emitted dark mist. The female ghost's wife noticed something strange about the dark mist and indicated that they needed to find a way to leave as soon as possible. I immediately turned around and asked Lianxiang if the principal had any weaknesses. She thought for a moment and indicated that it should be in the chest. However, it's almost impossible to get around those dark mist. And I thought that when I just entered this space, the speed was very fast. So I feel like it should be possible. The next second, I imitated Bolt and sprinted directly. The principal, seeing this, only felt that I was looking for death. He waved his hand contemptuously. But I used my speed to dodge left and right. In an instant, I arrived in front of him. With a punch, I knocked the principal out directly. Principal Xian Chang immediately spurted blood, shocked beyond belief. With a loud bang, he was knocked out instantly, his soul scattered. And at the point of death, he kept apologizing repeatedly, saying it was all his fault, hoping Lianxiang wouldn't leave. Upon witnessing this scene, I immediately realized that he was projecting his consciousness outward. I found that behind Principal Xian Chang, there seems to be someone else. And it seems like his motive for imprisoning Lianxiang is not what I thought. It turns out that Principal Jian also has a happy and harmonious family. But 15 years ago, he experienced a car accident. His wife and daughter died right in front of him. At his most painful moment, someone found him, claimed to be able to help him resurrect his daughter, and even came up with a resurrection plan for him. Lotus Fragrance was supposed to be the vessel to resurrect his daughter, but those people ultimately deceived him. His daughter had long since passed away. He believed that even when he hanged himself, it was part of the ritual to resurrect his daughter, and so he eventually became a wandering ghost trapped here. But eventually, after spending a long time with Lianxiang, he began to treat her like his own daughter. When Lianxiang regained her senses, she expressed how much she missed her biological parents after all these years, and asked if there was any news about them. I had to tell him that I had looked for them before, but found out that they had passed away due to excessive grief. Upon hearing this, Lianxiang immediately expressed her gratitude to me. But the next second, she immediately felt that something was wrong. The soul spell suddenly began to slowly dissipate. Lianxiang indicated that she might disappear soon. She had been able to survive for so long because of President Zhang's soul energy supporting her. Now that he has disappeared, her own soul energy is likely insufficient, and she will also disappear. She thanked me for helping her find release. Leaving this place is also her long-standing wish. I immediately turned to Jianli and asked if there was any solution. Jianli said that she needed something to establish a connection with her, and used mystic power to protect her soul spell. Upon hearing this, I immediately picked up the comb from the ground. But the next second, I found that this thing seemed to be of no use at all. The figure of Lianxiang eventually disappeared in the air. Seeing this scene, I suddenly felt guilty. Tears streamed down heavily. But suddenly, the comb flew up, still emitting strands of spiritual energy. The next second, I discovered that the female ghost, with her hands clasped together, was still floating in front with her hairpin. She was a little girl of over 10 years old. In an instant, she shrank to the size of a palm. And she flew away because of Principal Xian Chang's soul scattering. Soul energy cannot be blessed. It is about to vanish into smoke and dust. Just when I was regretting not being able to save Lianxiang, the female ghost unexpectedly directly used the power of her hairpin, collecting Lianxiang. In just an instant, she turned into a palm-sized baby. With a swish, she entered into the wooden comb. Seeing this scene, I was stunned. Jiangli said she collected some of Xian Chang's collapsed soul energy and shared some of her own essence with her. But her soul energy is very weak. She needs to recuperate in that comb. But the next moment, a sharp pain struck her waist. It turned out to be the female ghost, feeling jealous, who gave him a special massage. She even expressed that I belong only to her. Then we left. Jiangli asked me how I was able to enter the secret space so quickly. Did you awaken some mysterious power? I told her it was the awakening of my exclusive soul energy. It can shorten time by a large amount, instantly propel oneself at rocket-like speed. And just as it was used, a voice popped into my head saying it is called a dream journey. In an instant, we arrived downstairs. But the next second, we saw the previous group all lying on the ground. It turns out that they were affected by the battle last night. Everyone's vital energy was absorbed by the soul energy. Jiangli expressed his intention to be a good person. to prevent the residual formation from continuing to harm them. The next second, several people all leaned against the school gate. With a swish sound, Jiangli and I returned home. I immediately laid down on the bed. I'm about to be a couch potato. But the next second, I was shocked. The female ghost suddenly appeared naked and jumped on me, ready to sleep with me. At this moment, I really want to have a good chat with the author. Because the next second, he directly asked me to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. Looking at the blanket in front of me, I could only sigh helplessly. You see, even the female ghost wife couldn't stand it, expressing dissatisfaction with a pout. The next day, when the scene changes, the young lady is the first to wake up. With a couple of slaps, she proceeded to hit her subordinates. The two subordinates actually thought that breakfast had arrived and it was time to eat. But the man with yellow hair soon realized that he was injured. The young lady looked at Hyun in front of her and immediately shouted loudly, asking them to take out the video they took yesterday. Several people gathered together. They saw the fight between me and Mechanical Ghost before. Suddenly shocked, their eyes widened. And the bearded man expressed that this time was worth it. They actually captured a paranormal event. This video will definitely go viral once it is posted online. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. I woke up groggily. Suddenly, a glance of the eyes found Jiangli sleeping next to me. Don't ask me if I have that thing. I don't know either. The phone suddenly rang. It's the director, one big guy. Immediately, a voice bordering on madness rang out. Mr. Fong, our video has reached 90 million views. The video's popularity has entered the top 10 rankings. Now everyone on the internet is talking about you. But then, he suddenly stopped, because he heard a friction sound on the phone. On the other end of the phone, I was immediately picked up by the confused Jiangli. What's even more exciting is the perfectly visible good figure. It just can't be hidden. The next second, I used the strategy of slipping away like a cicada shedding its skin. I handed her a pillow. Don't ask me why. Because none of you like to watch. I arrived in the living room. One big guy said that an invitation to sign a contract has been sent by the platform. When it comes to sharing the video revenue, it can amount to $90,000. As soon as this was said, I immediately agreed. Only a fool wouldn't do it. In just a few days, he earns more than I do in a year. Hang up the phone. I slumped on the sofa lost in thought. Since meeting Jiangli, I have made so much money in just a few days. Not only that, I also came into contact with supernatural things like soul spell mystic power. And all of this is because of meeting her. Now she has become an indispensable part of my life. Perhaps I should take the initiative to help her find those lost memories. The camera shifts. I arrived at the bathroom to wash up. Just turned on the faucet. But what flowed out was bright red liquid. I immediately tried to turn it off, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop it. At the same time, there was a loud crash from the mirror. I looked up and saw a man with a withered face inside the mirror. There is a female ghost at home who often appears right in front of your eyes. Even more outrageous is that she could be naked at any time. I had just woken up that afternoon. I was shocked to find her next to me again. And she wasn't wearing any clothes. My blood boiling, I had to quickly run to the bathroom. Don't ask why. Just simple cleaning up. Our thoughts must be pure. The next second, I found that the water I released was blood red. And there was a creepy man in the mirror. Seeing him looking so despicable, I don't know if you, the audience, can bear it. Anyway, I can't bear it. Go up and punch out. Smash the mirror into pieces. The broken mirror pieces emitted waves of sinister laughter. The next second, my head started to ache severely. It was only then that I realized something unclean had entered this bathroom. I immediately summoned the female ghost, my wife, to fight poison with poison. The moment I opened the door, it was as if I had entered a new world. I was stunned when I saw this scene. But then something swiftly rushed towards me. I immediately went to chase after it. What kind of demon dared to come to my house and cause trouble? I was about to catch it. The guy suddenly turned around. A huge squirrel head suddenly appeared. I'm not afraid either. I punched it. But the next second, the squirrel transformed into a ball of dark mist, and it felt like a lonely attack. Moreover, this dark mist climbed up my arm, as if it wanted to swallow me. The big squirrel saw that its scheme had succeeded, and chuckled in satisfaction. And my body at this moment is almost completely engulfed by dark mist. Completely unable to move. In the next moment, I would really be submerged. Big Squirrel is extremely happy at this moment, thinking that everything is over. But the next second, its head moved to a new place. It went to heaven. Suddenly, I opened my eyes and came back to my senses. It turned out to be the female ghost, my wife, who arrived just in time and saved it. But then I immediately discovered Jianli only had a thin sheet on her body. She immediately rushed over to support me. I was attacked by Soul Spell just now, and I've already killed that little guy. Jianli moved his body. The sheet immediately slipped off. Seeing this scene, I immediately turned to shut off the faucet. I also vowed to become an environmental conservationist and save water. But then I found a collar in the sink right away. It seems that the spirit just now was raised by someone. Someone is out to get me. Jianli apologized and said that she couldn't control her power because the situation was too urgent. She then angrily said that she would fight to the death with anyone who tried to harm her husband, and she would eliminate them all and spare no one. And as I looked at the number on the collar, I knew that I had been targeted by someone. I sent Jianli away and told him to quickly change his clothes. Thinking about what just happened, if it weren't for Jianli, I might have already been in trouble. It turns out that soul techniques also have mutual restraint. My 1,000-year dream is only effective in direct combat. So who is trying to get me after all? Could it be the mastermind behind Xian Chang's death? At this time, Jianli had already changed clothes. I was shocked as soon as I saw the clothes she was wearing. That's my coat. Jianli flew away without even looking back, leaving behind only a business card slowly drifting down. I looked at the business card in my hand. Immediately, I thought of a person. The scene changed. A woman wearing glasses was spitting out blood from her mouth, coughing incessantly. She was also loudly saying that her squirrel had been killed. The two people in front showed disbelief on their faces when they heard this. The woman with glasses said that they were already close to success. But suddenly, an extremely terrifying force appeared. In an instant, it destroyed the squirrel. Fearfully facing the person in front of them, they expressed that they had tried their best. But the person in front of them obviously was not a kind-hearted person. With a click, the woman's body disappeared. He took out a handkerchief and wiped it, saying that things have indeed been a bit strange recently. Xian Chang has been hiding very well all this time, but suddenly was discovered by the soul hunter. They also took away the experimental subject, so it is suspected that their plan may have been leaked. But we cannot sit idly by. We need to investigate the identity of that person immediately. Meanwhile, inside the coffee shop, Detective Chief Zhang Tiantao is sitting here looking at something. Signal me when you see me and greet me immediately. I took out the collar and put it on the table for him to look at. But the next second, his eyes turned green. He froze directly. The woman just said, "So ugly." It was unexpectedly turned into barbecue by the man. Simply because the man belongs to a mysterious organization. He can directly beat up anyone he dislikes. Even send them to heaven. I was attacked by a squirrel's soul energy yesterday. Fortunately, my female ghost wife took care of it with a snap of her fingers. But then I found a collar, which was clearly placed on by someone. Immediately contacted Officer Zhang Tiantao. Want to ask him to see if there are any clues. I tossed the collar onto the table. Officer Zhang immediately looked stunned and asked hurriedly where this thing came from. I told him that I was attacked by a large squirrel soul spell last night. This is what it left behind. Officer Zhang said that I must have just awakened my mystic power, otherwise I wouldn't be unaware of the organization above the depths. Upon learning that I really didn't know, he said I was very lucky. I actually survived their attack. There are ghosts in this world. They are born with soul energy, and are therefore called soul spirits. Ordinary people cannot perceive them, so if they are harmed, it goes unnoticed. While humans possess mystic power inside their bodies, it is very weak and almost imperceptible. However, a very small percentage of people have a large amount of mystic power, so they are called mystic ability users. Most mystic ability users have their mystic power significantly different from birth. These are known as innate awakeners. It is very rare for someone like me to appear later in life. They make up less than 1/10 of all mystic power users. Humans and spirits are divided into 8 levels based on their abilities. Humans range from level 1 to level 8. Spirits are classified from level 1 to level 6, then further divided into Soul General and Soul King levels. Upon hearing this, I wonder why I have never seen those mystic ability users. Officer Zhang said that is because the government does not want to create panic. They altered their memories. In fact, a method for detecting newborns with mystic powers has already been developed. All individuals born with innate mystic powers will be marked. When they grow up, someone will naturally contact them. Then they will be invited to join the official organization Soul Hunter. If unwilling, mystic power will be sealed, returning to normal life. Those who agree will be sent to various places after training to deal with supernatural incidents. But due to the increasing frequency of supernatural incidents in recent years, the number of soul hunters is also decreasing continuously. In addition, there were internal issues within the soul hunters several decades ago. So now there are fewer and fewer of them. And there is another group of people even more dangerous than soul hunters and the aliens. As soon as those words came out, I was stunned. Officer Zhang said that group of people is actually just like me. They are awakeners of the day after tomorrow. It's hard to notice as long as they don't reveal themselves. They have narrow minds and dark hearts. They often resort to using mystic power to kill people. And a mysterious organization appeared 40 years ago. It has gathered a large number of such awakened individuals, and has also extended its tentacles into Soul Hunter, resulting in a great internal conflict within the organization, leading to a significant loss of vitality thereafter. They are still engaging in conflicts with the authorities in various places up to now. Unfortunately, they have not been able to locate their main stronghold. They will do whatever it takes to gain power. And captive spirits are one of the means to achieve that. Upon hearing this, I looked at the collar. Finally, I realized who had put it on me. But I am not a soul hunter, and have no connection with them at all. Why would Above the Depths do this to me? Officer Zhang thinks that this might be retaliation for something. As soon as this was said, I immediately thought of the incident involving Hyuan. It seems that the real mastermind behind it was undoubtedly Above the Depths. Officer Zhang thought I had just awakened. He doesn't know what soul art is. He also said that it is a skill that only a very small number of geniuses can master. But he doesn't know. This is child's play to me. Soul magic is a skill that is very difficult for people to master. But soul spell is something that one is born knowing how to do. Therefore, being a soul hunter is a very dangerous job. You never know what kind of soul magic the next enemy will use. As soon as these words were spoken, I was so angry that I slammed the table. Doesn't that mean I'll just end up getting beaten up? But Officer Zhang suggested that he could introduce me to join the soul hunters, so I would have the protection of the organization. But I'm concerned that I awaken my powers through Jiangli. If Jiangli recovers his memories and leaves later, will he take away my abilities as well? Then it will be hard to explain at that time. So I choose to apologize and not join the Soul Hunter organization. When I asked if my memories would be erased, Officer Zhang directly handed me a card, saying it was a Soul Hunter identification card that was not officially issued. And with this, you can use your abilities without alarming others. He said this as he took a sip of coffee and stood up to leave. But the next second, he tossed a small notebook over, indicating that the information I wanted to know was in this booklet. Watching his departing back, I asked loudly what his identity was. He replied that he was just a small policeman. I looked at the booklet and thought to myself, knowing so much about soul energy, you could still recommend me to enter Soul Hunter, but you told me you were just a small policeman. I took out the talisman card. The next second, a buzzing sound emitted bursts of golden light. And so I became an off-book member of the Soul Hunter. I got up and left. But the female shop assistant called out to me. The next second, I was completely shocked. Because that guy just ran away without paying. Thinking of the threat from the organization above the depths, we must quickly help the female ghost's wife restore her strength. Jianli said that fear can be induced to form the power of fear. I immediately thought about whether we could organize a haunted house. Let Jianli go inside to scare people, and then collect the power of fear. But soon I realized that I am a poor person. I really don't have the money to do this. So I had to drag Jianli back home. But the next second, a person bumped into me. Just as I was about to help him up, he suddenly threw himself at me and excitedly called me his savior. The man is wearing a Taoist robe for an exorcism. After the exorcism, he claimed to be a monk and said that he had already taken care of the evil spirit, so there was no need to worry anymore. But the next second, a cloud of dark mist surged behind him. Directly frightened the few people present to the point of urinating. It turns out this man named Ipiot is an exorcist hired by Fatso. But just by hearing this name, you can tell that this guy is probably a fake. Just because the fat guy's gaming company has produced something evil, it's almost bankrupt. So he made an appointment with a master in the industry, wanting to go to his company to take a look. Just as he arrived here, he met me and Jiangli. I hadn't realized who this fat man was yet. He immediately started to introduce himself. Hello, sir. I am Zhu Tianhua. I was the person you saved in the alley behind the bar last time. Upon hearing this, I immediately remembered. So it was this person. Seeing him in such a hurry, I quickly asked him what was so urgent. He sighed and said that it's a long story. So he invited me to go to a cafe and have a seat. He also ordered 3 cups of the most expensive coffee in the shop. But I felt a bit embarrassed. Damn it, I just left from here a moment ago. The shop assistant girl also saw me. Suddenly, her expression became a bit unnatural. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhu Tianhua began talking about his matters. It turned out that he was here to wait for an exorcist. I was surprised to hear this. Why look for an exorcist? Wasn't the spirit baby ghost from last time already taken care of by me? Could it be that something else had happened again? Zhu Tianhua immediately confirmed that was the case. Something had occurred at his company. He saw that I was interested and believed that I could definitely help. So, he got excited and almost knocked over the coffee in his enthusiasm. After the coffee was served on the table, Jianli looked at the steaming object in front of him, feeling curious. I quietly told her that this is something drinkable. The next second, little Foodie picked it up, stuck out his tongue, licked a few sips like a little cat. Then gulp, 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 drank it all up. This action undoubtedly surprised the fat guy opposite. Always felt that this little girl was not normal. And there is always a talisman on her head. But following Mr. Fong, this expert, makes it a bit special and acceptable. Then he started to explain what exactly happened. After I saved him last time, he woke up in the hospital, recorded his statement, and then returned to the company. His company is a game company. They are currently developing a new VR game. It's already the most critical moment. After he returned, he started the internal testing of the game. Everything was normal at the beginning. But as the scenes progressed, suddenly, he found that the game screen was exactly the same as his office. Obviously, the game scene was altered by someone. And he also discovered the ghostly atmosphere emerging from the display screen in the game. He was very angry after finding out. But he decided to wait and see who was causing trouble. As the investigation continued, it was discovered that almost all of the game's code had been modified. Zhu Tianhua immediately decided to check the surveillance cameras to see who had modified the code. But the next second, Zhu Tianhua was shocked. In an empty office, the computer screen suddenly lit up by itself. The keyboard also started typing by itself. This scene scared him quite a bit. He immediately rushed back to the office. He wanted to stop this test. But when he pushed open the door, what he saw in front of him shocked him once again. The tester was emitting dark mist. And the testing personnel beside him also shouted that there was a ghost in the office. Zhu Tianhua couldn't care about anything else. He rushed up and took off the tester's gaming helmet. The tester was already scared so much that his eyes rolled back. With the impact of this incident, the game has also come to a standstill. Fatty did not want to sit and wait for death, so after soothing the employees, he immediately invited exorcism expert Master Ipiat to perform an exorcism. And obviously, this expert turned out to be a real waste. The exorcism actually involved black donkey hooves and a yellow rice cross. Is it because the master's name is Ipiat? The final result is the scene from the beginning. Now that he sees me, Zhu Tianhua immediately asks me for help with a crying tone. He also mentioned that if that thing continues to exist, his company will definitely go bankrupt. In that case, his wife will have to run away with the child. Seeing him like this, I could only reluctantly agree. I just indicated that it might not be easy to find a suitable time. The other party reacted immediately. He quickly took out a bank card and handed it to me, saying that there is 50,000 yuan inside. Consider it as a token of appreciation. Upon hearing this, I was surprised. 50,000 yuan. Is this much? Can exorcism really earn this much money? Fatty saw that my expression was not right. He thought he had given too little. So he immediately said he could give another 20,000. But now he is short of funds. He needs to wait until his game goes online. I immediately said there's no rush. It would be tacky to ask for money. But my actions were decisive. So he immediately said he would party tonight. Then we added each other as friends. I asked for the address. Of course, there was also the bank card password. The scene shifts. Jianli and I arrived at the gaming company. I waved my hand broadly. For justice. Drive out evil spirits. Little Foodie also echoed. Slay demons, and then eat delicious food. I immediately asked Jianli if he could sense the level of the soul inside. Jianli said it is a bit stronger than the previous spirit baby ghost, probably around level 4. Listening to these words, my confidence instantly doubled. It feels so stable. Then I handed the phone to Jianli and started another live stream, hoping to make some extra money for a living. My wife and I have started another live stream of ghost hunting with the female ghost. Under the money temptation of Zhu Tianhua, we arrived at his game company. Just because he said that his game company is a bit shady. It led to the company being shut down. It's late at night. I am introducing in front of the camera. This company may not be familiar to everyone, but their games must have been played by many people. A few years ago, it was facing bankruptcy, but it was acquired by a boss. They started transitioning to VR games. The transition was very successful. However, something bad happened a few days ago. They are facing another bankruptcy crisis. So what exactly happened to them? Let's explore and find out together. 3 days ago, their latest game entered the testing phase. However, something strange happened during the testing. After the tester logged into the game, they found themselves in a mysterious area they had never seen before. But this mysterious area also felt incredibly real. They immediately checked and found that the game code had been altered by someone. In order to find out the truth, they immediately ran to the surveillance room to retrieve the surveillance footage. But even more terrifying things happened. In the empty office, the computers miraculously turned on by themselves, and the keyboards were typing on their own. I walk as I speak, then entered the elevator. The next second, the lights in the elevator flashed a few times, then went out directly. It seems that someone does not welcome me here. There is no signal in the elevator now. The emergency button also did not respond. Could it be that they want to trap me here? But I am not an ordinary person. I pushed open the top and flipped out directly. I've watched so many years of espionage films, not for nothing. Then I arrived at the corridor. I looked at the walls full of red arrows. It seems like they want to play with me. Immediately, I entered their office. Because that day, the computer started by itself and the keyboard typed by itself. It happened in this office. I pushed open the door. Countless dark mist enveloped me at once. I extended my hand to gather my power. Then I threw a punch and dispersed the dark mist directly. Suddenly, something fell to the ground, and it felt like dropping equipment while playing a game. I picked it up to take a look. It turned out to be a keyboard. The red imprint on the keyboard also indicates that it seems unusual. The next second, it emitted a strong soul energy. The female ghost's wife drooled at the sight. All the screens in the room are pointing forward. The chair ahead is emitting a sizzling ghostly aura at the moment. I was surprised to see this. After getting a negative answer to my question about finding the female ghost's wife's location, I calmly walked to the front of that chair. Could this be to let me personally experience the charm of the game? The chair immediately made a gurgling sound. The screen also lit up with yes. It seems like it is indeed. I immediately sat down. Holding the helmet, I was about to put it on my head. Jiangli reminded me to be careful. But I felt like there wouldn't be any problems. He probably wanted to communicate with me and said that if there were any problems, I should wake him up immediately. The next second, I arrived in another world. Damn. This game is too realistic. I don't remember games reaching this level yet. Could it be because of soul energy? I took 2 steps to indicate that I have entered the game. I want that monster to appear. The next second, it was as if the mirror in front of me shattered. A office scene appeared directly. It looks like it's more than 10 years ago. But why do these people have no faces? Could it be creating a creepy atmosphere? I took 2 steps and suddenly found that I could actually walk straight through the walls here. It feels just like my wife, the female ghost, coming and going through the walls effortlessly. Immediately, I saw a boss interviewing a young man. I quickly realized that this young man might be the main character. This young man is named Guanwen and has loved games since he was a child. And his own dream is to create a game by himself. He hopes to join this company, participate in game development, and grow together with the company. Listening to the young man's ambitious words, the boss immediately made a decision. You have been hired. Please come to work tomorrow. He then mentioned that Guanwen graduated from a prestigious school, has strong professional skills, and, in addition, has a passion for games. He is sure to become a key player in the company, and even promised that the position of research and development director would be reserved for him in the future. But this inexperienced young man has no idea. The boss just likes to make verbal promises. But what does he mean by doing this? What is the purpose of letting me enter the game? When I was meditating, a figure carrying a pile of materials walked straight by. The next moment, I saw him walking towards Guanwen. At this moment, Guanwen has changed from a handsome young man into a scruffy person with a beard. It turns out this man wants to assign his own tasks to Guanwen to do. Guanwen indicated that she still has a lot of work to do, and was about to refuse. But the man immediately started to praise and compliment her. He left without waiting for Guanwen's response. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this just the common workplace bullying we see now? If it were me, I would just slap him in the face. People who don't know how to say no will be endlessly demanded by others. With a turn of the lens, it was already late at night. Guanwen was still working hard in front of the computer. Thinking that this was his first game, he was determined to do it well. The next day, colleagues arrived at the office early in the morning. Upon entering, they saw Guanwen resting on the desk. But instead of comforting them, they started to mock them. Is this top student having some kind of problem with their brain? The boss doesn't even pay overtime. Why work so hard? Chasing dreams, it's just laughable. His work efficiency is so high. He can help us with some work in the afternoon. Looking at the scene in front of me, I can only feel that the words and actions of these people are simply disgusting. Maybe this is the reason why this company went bankrupt. Suddenly, a person rushed in and then yelled loudly. Our game has been withdrawn by the investor. Guanwen, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up in shock. The next second, he immediately sat up. What? What did you say? The man works hard every day. But finally, one day, he couldn't hold on and died. Even after death, he still hangs around the company water cooler and chats with the receptionist. But this really drove the boss to a breakdown. The company closed directly and went out of business. So he asked me to take a look at it for him. When I entered the game, I found out that the man was actually a game engineer. He started to work with the previous boss happily. But later, the game he made had to be cancelled. The boss comforted him, saying that games need to closely follow market trends. The boss also promised to arrange a new project for him and to give him a raise. But the man did not want this rare opportunity for a raise. He swore to complete his own game because that game was his passion. The boss saw that he wouldn't listen to advice. He could only agree to give him another month deadline. Also, other staff members would be transferred. This means that the man will have to complete all tasks alone. But he still agreed without hesitation. The man immediately embarked on continuous work. Everything related to food, clothing, shelter, and transportation is all immersed in the company. Even colleagues can't stand it. Many feel he has gone crazy. Just then, the boss walked over. Guanwen, I have good news. An investor is willing to provide funds to acquire your game. The man was overjoyed at the words. But what the boss said next made him furious. Investors require the game to be accessible on mobile platforms. They also want to cut some side missions. Changes should be made to the plot and game scenes as well. Guanwen immediately jumped up when he heard this. What did you say? In that case, is it still my game? But the boss didn't want to interfere anymore. He said, That's it. You can't disagree either. The game belongs to the company's assets. Besides, you have already signed a contract with the other party. If you don't want to stay, you can leave directly. But the game program stays. We will arrange for someone else to take over. The man gritted his teeth angrily at the words. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. He spat out a mouthful of blood onto the keyboard. And then he collapsed to the ground and died. And all of this was what I witnessed after entering the game. It turns out that all of this was being controlled by the deceased Guanwen. Previously, the female ghost wife was too powerful, so she did not appear. But now, he has appeared. Aren't you afraid that I will marry you? Guanwen is also very honest. If it's meant to be subdued, there's no escaping even if you want to run. After all, Jianli outside is a super tough character. Guanwen said he wants to ask for my help. He wants to finish the game that he didn't complete before. I asked him why he appeared and why he is so persistent about this game. It might be because blood was vomited on the keyboard. After death, the soul is attached to it. Upon waking up, it wants to talk to someone. But it seems like they can't see me. Gradually, I feel myself solidifying. Those with sensitive senses at the company can occasionally see me. The boss later hired an exorcist to seal off all the items I had used before. Until a few days ago, a programmer opened the sealed box. Then I reappeared. The persistence in playing games is due to the influence of the father. When I was young, my father got cancer. My mother left home. It was my father who always accompanied me with games, helping me forget my worries. Even when tormented by illness, my father would still show a hearty laugh at that time. So since then, I made up my mind to become a game designer. I want my father to play the games I design personally. At that time, I didn't even know what cancer was, or what death meant. I only remember Dad saying he was looking forward to playing my game. Clearly, he won't be able to play my game. Because at the age of 10, he never got off the operating table. But this obsession has always been imprinted on my heart. So please help me with this favor. Please. I listened to his narration. In my mind, the inspiration for the game kept echoing. The next second, I grabbed him and immediately asked about his abilities and how much impact he could have on the game. He immediately waved his hand, and the scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed. He directly entered the virtual world. It means that everything here can be controlled. Even programming codes can be automatically perfected. And with the blessing of soul energy, it can even simulate the sense of touch, taste, and other sensations in the real world. Upon hearing this, I was filled with joy. Let him send me out of the illusory world. Otherwise, outside, the female ghost, his wife, may create a scene. Then I immediately asked him if he could come out into the real world. The next second, he jumped out of the computer. Just a bit shy. Is this the legendary social anxiety? I arrived in front of my female ghost wife and asked her to stop recording temporarily. When little Foodie sees Guangwan, she immediately rushes up to him, wanting to have a satisfying meal. Guangwan saw this and hid behind me. I immediately expressed that this one cannot be eaten. There are still plans for it later. When this was said, little Foodie suddenly puffed up with anger. I comforted her, saying that as long as the plan succeeds, there will be no shortage of food in the future. The camera switched. I directly called in Boss Zhu Tianhua and expressed that I wanted to introduce a business opportunity to him. Boss Zhu Tianhua looked puzzled holding a tablet. But the next second, a head popped out, nearly scaring him to the point of wetting his pants even if he was wearing diapers. So he immediately hid behind me, asking me to subdue the ghost. And I just pushed him down onto the chair to calm him down. Immediately, he started introducing the business collaboration. We collaborate on a VR horror adventure and puzzle-solving game. Guanwood is responsible for the production of this game. I provide the ideas. Boss Zhu, you are responsible for the venue, funding, and promotion. Boss Zhu seemed hesitant. I immediately had him put on a helmet to experience it. The next moment, Boss Zhu was completely immersed in the game and couldn't even call out. After it was all over, my wife, who is a female ghost, and I walked out. Not only did we solve the trouble, but we also closed a deal. Just thinking about it makes me happy. But my female ghost wife said that she didn't get to eat anything delicious. Helpless, I could only comfort her. There will be plenty to eat after the game is done. Jiangli immediately rushed over to play and give kisses upon hearing that. In front of a crowd, I had to flag down a taxi to indicate that I wanted to buy clothes for her. Jiangli expressed confusion. She asked if the clothes she was wearing were not nice. I directly told her that I wanted to buy clothes to sleep in. But she responded with, "Do you need clothes to sleep in? Do you think we need to wear clothes in front of the screen?" Soon we arrived at a lingerie store. Looking at the clothes inside, I felt extremely embarrassed. But thinking about her getting up naked, I'm afraid I can't help myself. So I grabbed Jiang Li's hand and rushed straight in. Wife, the female ghost, unexpectedly doesn't know how to wear clothes when shopping. The next second, she directly pulled me into the dressing room. Before that, Jiang Li expressed a preference for not wearing clothes. But I couldn't just let it go. So I hailed a taxi and went straight to a clothing store. The shop assistant greeted me, and I immediately pushed out the female ghost, my wife. "Could you please show her if there are any suitable clothes?" The shopping assistant immediately asked, "What is your approximate bust size? I can recommend something for you." But Jiangli had no idea what that meant. She just made a circle with her arms and squeezed it. Seeing this, I felt extremely embarrassed. I had to ask the young lady for help. "Could you please measure her?" The next second, the young lady walked up with a measuring tape. Jiangli was operated on instinctively. 80 underbust. As for the upper bust. Before the words fell, Jiangli suddenly fluttered out from the tape measure. Instantly turned into an angry cat, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. I immediately went to comfort it. "It was just measuring you. Nothing will happen." Jiangli appeared a bit aggrieved. She asked why it needed to measure that area. After several consolations, she finally agreed to continue. As the operation ended, the shopping guide couldn't help but envy Jiangli's figure. "Wow! Beauty! Your figure is a perfect 36D. But I'm very puzzled. What does this mean?" Then she introduced the clothes at their store. There are conservative styles and mature styles. Later, she even took out a shy style that had only a few strings. We both felt extremely embarrassed seeing this. And Jiangli even asked if she could not wear it. "What? Not wear it? Then why did you come here?" I immediately sent the shopping guide to attend to her own business. I pulled Jiangli aside and asked why she didn't want to wear it. "There is so little fabric in this dress. It must be uncomfortable to wear. And how can she wear this out?" Upon hearing this, I immediately understood. I pushed her into the change room. "This is underwear. It is worn underneath. You can try it on yourself slowly. Just pick one that feels comfortable to wear." Jiangli looked at the clothes in his hands in confusion. While I was outside, I was thinking about how Guanwen and manager Zhu were getting along. I wonder how they are doing. Because yesterday, I wanted to lead Guanwen with him. Zhu Tianhua was initially unwilling. But later I explained to him, "This is basically free labor. Why wouldn't you use it?" Moreover, one person can handle more than a dozen people. If encountering attacks from other spirits, they can also help resolve the situation. Why not do it? Zhu Tianhua felt that way after listening, so he finally agreed. At this time, Jiangli called me. I reacted and asked her what's wrong. The next second, a hand pulled me in. After I entered, I was stunned. The light in front of my eyes was shining brightly. Still holding a piece of lingerie, she directly pounced on me. "Darling, how do I put this on?" "Hold on. This is the fitting room." I immediately turned my head and asked her to turn around. Then I handed her the bra to put on and told her how to put on the clothes. After that, I came out to pick an outfit for her. After some selection, I picked out a pair of high heels and clothes. Then please ask the shopping assistant to help deliver them to Jiangli. After finishing all these tasks, I can only sigh that accompanying a girl for shopping really seems quite tiring. So I just randomly found a place to sit down and wait, but as soon as Jiangli sat down, a classic scene from a short play unfolded. The ex-girlfriend came with her current wealthy boyfriend and mocked her ex-boyfriend. After the ex-girlfriend introduced him, the wealthy boyfriend looked disdainful and said I impersonated a senior student just to pursue her. I couldn't stand her either. I replied directly, "Wasn't it you who pursued me back then? You make it sound like I deceived you." The ex-girlfriend felt embarrassed upon hearing this. However, she couldn't let go of this moment to show off. She immediately said that the things here are very expensive, not something a poor ghost like me can afford. And I ignored her. Say whatever you want. The two of them became even more arrogant when they saw this, thinking that I didn't know how long it would take to save money to buy things for my girlfriend. They even said that my girlfriend must have been deceived. In short, they seized every opportunity to mock and ridicule. I can only express helplessness. These two people are just performing a duet on their own here. Who cares about you? But the next second I found something was a little off. They were surrounded by negative energy above their heads. so I couldn't help but stare at them. And this scene was all caught in the eyes of the two of them. The second-generation rich wanted to show off in front of women, so he invited me to dinner. I immediately expressed my rejection. At this time, Jianli walked out. Her modern outfit accentuated her figure in a very balanced way. Jianli then threw herself into my arms. This scene left both of them stunned and speechless. The salesgirl narrowed her eyes into a smile at the words. I didn't expect this guy to be quite wealthy. I and Jianli were ready to leave with our clothes. The second-generation rich butted in at this time. He introduced himself as An Chichong and wanted to invite Jianli to have some fish. I pushed him away to indicate, "Don't mess with us." And Chichong immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this. I turned around and told him, "There is something unclean on you. Be careful recently." Lam Fong. The woman exploded at the words. "You jerk! I am Du Fong." And this is undoubtedly the best retort. You don't even remember my name, yet you dare to provoke. The scene shifts to a hospital corridor. The man with the hat came in holding a wad of cash. He finally had enough money to get his son treated. But the next moment, he froze. There were two people by his son's hospital bed. And one of them was Chong Baidao, the one with white hair and glasses. There's a very amazing female ghost. Being married to her must be very exciting. She often flirts with you and plays coy. She also occasionally shows off her great figure to you. But for those determined not to become Ningkaichin, I can only clutch my nosebleed and hurry to the bathroom. Don't ask me why I need tissue paper. I need it to wipe my nosebleed. The female ghost wife just won't give up. She likes to be naked at home. This drove me crazy. So I pulled her out for a day of shopping. Looking at the pile of things on the sofa, I collapsed directly. Gosh, so tired. Jianli came over directly and imitated my tone. Oh my goodness. So tired. Looking at her mischievous appearance, I immediately gave her a smack. You're not allowed to imitate this sentence. And the clothes you bought today should be worn well. Don't just let them hang there untouched. They were expensive. Just find a closet to hang them up. Jianli said no need. She can just put them away in a hairpin. So she can change outfits anytime. It's super convenient. As she spoke, she waved her finger. Her clothes immediately turned into a revealing bikini. She even asked me about her figure. Seeing this scene, I couldn't remain calm. My nosebleed might start again. The next second, I grabbed a tissue and bolted. You, hurry up and change back. A while later, I handed her the clothes I bought online. These are clothes to wear at home in the future. After Jianli took the clothes, she put them on right away. Then she floated over to me and said, "Thank you, darling." Faced with such proximity and atmosphere. Just asking if you feel excited or not. Is your heart racing or not? Just when I thought things were about to progress further. Then that damn phone rang. This damn fatty director must be the one. Sure enough. This guy called and said the fans are very enthusiastic about the video. Just like you in front of the screen. Hope for another episode to be updated. Upon hearing that, I immediately said no problem. I'll update it right away. Immediately, I sent him the newly taken video of Haiyuan Elementary School. After the matter was dealt with, the atmosphere had already been disrupted. Helplessly, I had to go into the bathroom to take a shower. Thinking about my ex-girlfriend that I bumped into today. I always feel like something is going to happen with the dark mist on them. When I walked out of the bathroom, Jianli was already asleep in her new pajamas. I walked up to cover her with a blanket and heard her murmuring beside me. "My lord, I'm waiting for you. Marry me." I was stunned when I heard this. Who exactly is this person waiting for all this time? She still can't forget about it even after passing through many years. Don't worry. I will help you. I will help you absorb the power of fear as soon as possible. Gradually regain your memory. The camera switches. Hospital. The man with a beard is holding a large stack of money to save his son. But when he opened the door, he was stunned. Chong Baidao was sitting next to his son. They appeared to be chatting happily. But the bearded man knew what a terrifying presence Chong Baidao was. Chong Baidao stood up. A dark mist immediately surrounded his body. What's wrong, not welcoming us? The next moment, the chill of killing intent filled the entire room. Despite the man pleading for mercy, it was clear that Chong Baidao had no intention of letting him go. The next moment, his face darkened. His mouth turned directly into pomegranate petals. Then you tell me how Spirit Baby Ghost died. Seeing this scene, the man's soul was almost scared away. He knelt directly to the ground, saying he didn't know, begging for mercy. Seeing the man stayed stubborn, Chong Baidao shrugged casually, indicating a sense of regret. The next moment, the man's son suddenly floated up. A dark mist tightly enveloped his whole body. The child cried out in pain and confusion. The man grabbed Chong Baidao's sleeve helplessly, begging for the beating to stop quickly. But what greeted him were several slaps. Do you remember anything? And the man remembered the words I had said to him before. He remained hesitant. But the next second, the child's arm was crippled. Blood splattered directly onto his face. Seeing this scene, the man could no longer hold back. He immediately knocked his head against the ground like pounding garlic. Stop it now. I'll tell you everything. The person is named Fong Ning, and this is his phone number. He also said that you can contact him if you show up. Chong Baidao took the phone and checked it. He confirmed that it was the number saved when Spirit Baby Ghost disappeared. The man kept begging while holding the unconscious child. We have given you what you wanted. Can you let us go now? Chong Baidao smirked. Of course you can go. But in the next second, the child in his arms exploded into a mass of blood mist. Seeing his son reduced to residue in his arms, the man's eyeballs were about to burst. And those two heartlessly mocked. Ha ha ha. Fooled you, and you believed it. Boss, look at his expression just now. It's truly classic. The man is burning with anger. He charged up ready to fight. But the next second, he was chopped in half by Chong Baidao. After the two of them got the information, they did not stay. Chong Baidao instructed not to alert the enemy. He wants to meet me in person. Shortly after, the nurse will come to change the child's medicine. But she froze as soon as she got to the door. The next second, her scream rang throughout the entire building. The next morning, the disturbing alarm suddenly went off. Damn it. Who is it? Can't people still sleep? What time is it? Picking up the phone to see if it's that damn fat guy. The caller ID shows it's actually the ex-girlfriend, Du Fong. She called in the middle of the night, intending to reject. But the next moment, the taxi arrived at her doorstep. Looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar face, my heart was incredibly complicated. Because there was once a sincere love that I treasured very much in front of me. But in the end, all I got was heartless ridicule and attacks. A few years ago, I was promoting study materials for civil service exams and postgraduate entrance exams at school. Because of my handsome face, a rich young lady has set her sights on me. Under the instigation and relentless pursuit of her best friend, we ended up together. But the good times didn't last long. There are more and more rumors circulating in school. They say that I don't belong in this school. I have never even been to college. And I am also an unemployed wanderer. So, I am once again under the intimidation and slaps of her best friend. I was forced to accept being single again. I was also forced to accept ruthless ridicule. At that time, Du Fong was at a loss, unsure whether it was disbelief or reluctance. Anyway, her best friend had made a decision for her. So, it's true that a best friend advises breakup over reconciliation for appearances. But just now, Du Fong called me directly. She said there was something very urgent. I usually refuse to see my ex-girlfriend. But the taxi driver floored the gas and took me right to her doorstep. When she saw me, Du Fong rushed up without knowing what was going on and gave me a big hug. At this moment, I was already sweaty because I had a faint feeling that there was a dangerous aura. The next second, the female ghost wife appeared in the middle and said, "Don't you dare touch my husband." She said that, and then pulled me to go back. I comforted her, saying that we came here to do something important. So I asked what was going on with Du Feng. Du Feng said that something very scary happened at his house last night. His boyfriend is still lying on the bed unable to move. Because I said those words at the mall yesterday. He thinks I might have a solution. That's why he found me. So we followed her into the house. I suggested that we could involve the police to handle these matters. The official organization is called Soul Hunter. Du Feng said she didn't know anything about that. In the moment the door opened, I was stunned. Wow. Young people really don't understand moderation. This is almost completely drained. And Du Feng said it was just routine operation. Seeing me coming, the rich second generation with a weak body shouted, "Big brother, save me!" He also said, "If I don't take action, he will kill himself." He then forcefully grabbed his own neck while speaking. Seeing this scene, how could I let him succeed? I already have a female ghost as a wife. So, I charged straight toward him. The rosary beads also released countless strands of soul energy. The next second, a slap was directed at me. Wake up a little. As the slap fell, the world finally became quiet. Watching the rich second generation get slapped into a pig's head, Du Feng was very worried. I told her it's nothing serious. He's been possessed by a ghost. The residual soul energy in his body has been smacked to death. When he wakes up later, he might even thank me. Just as we were talking, that guy really woke up. Looking at himself and feeling full of energy again, he suddenly felt much more comfortable. But then, he rushed forward like a panting dog. "Big brother. Thank you. Please, you must save your little brother." Seeing his sincere plea, he even knelt down to me. So I could only promise to help him deal with the ghostly matter. I can't help with other matters. So the second generation rich kid explained what happened last night. It turns out that they were about to rest after coming back last night. But suddenly a strange sound came from outside the door. It sounded like sharp nails scratching the door. At first, they thought it might be a wild cat or a mouse, and didn't pay much attention to it. But later, the sound got louder and louder. Du Feng then asked him to go see what was going on. When he got up and came to the door, he saw something strange outside it. But he couldn't open the door no matter how hard he tried. Even when he used all his strength, he couldn't do it. It was as if it were welded shut and wouldn't budge. At this moment, Du Feng also noticed something odd under the door. "Chi-chung, look. It seems like there's someone under the door." So, with Du Feng's reminder, he lay down and looked outside. But not looking is not an option. The moment he looked, he was so frightened that he almost couldn't raise his gun to battle. A pair of bright red eyes were staring at them intently. And those were definitely not human eyes. Just that one scare. The rich second generation was directly scared into paralysis, and couldn't move at all. Du Feng was also helpless in this situation. He had no choice but to drag him to the bed. He tried to turn on the light, but the light couldn't be turned on. The closed windows were making a rustling sound. She could only endure this terrifying atmosphere until dawn. Until my arrival. Upon hearing this, I felt that things were not simple. Have you been to any places recently? Or have you come into contact with anything? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on both of their faces changed. However, they still flatly stated that they hadn't done anything recently, or come into contact with anything. Seeing this, I shrugged my shoulders. Since you are unwilling to be candid with me, there is no need for me to stay here any longer. Saying this, he turned around and left. But the next second, they panicked. "Big brother, don't leave. We'll be honest. Please save us." The second generation rich then turned to face Mr. Feng. "You might as well say it. This matter may be related to a business deal. There's a person named Kong Brother who we do business with. He will use our channels for transportation privately. And what he transports are antiques. It can be considered smuggling. When this was said, I immediately understood why they didn't involve the police. It turns out they were afraid of being caught and sent to prison. He called himself a second-generation wealthy person and asked us to follow him. After a while, we arrived at a bookshelf. I saw him lightly pressing on a book. With a click, a small door swung open. After walking inside, he mentioned that he received a ring from an old customer before. When he got it yesterday, he felt a sharp pain in his head and strange echoes in his mind. Feeling that this thing was a bit spooky, he decided to treat it as trash and threw it away. What's eerie is that the thing appeared mysteriously at his bedside again that same night. It is speculated that this is likely an artifact from the ancient Jiang dynasty of 1,000 years ago. If you like it, after this matter is settled, I will give it to you. As I looked at the ring in front of me, I suddenly thought of something. Jiang dynasty artifact. Jiangli. The cute and adorable female ghost wife. Surprisingly, she was chopped into pieces by someone. Her head was even placed in a drawer. Seeing this scene drove me crazy. I immediately wanted to find the murderer and fight with all my might. But the next second, an invisible big hand firmly pressed down. Just when I thought I was going to reunite with my female ghost wife. The bracelet on my hand was torn apart, breaking the dark mist's bindings. And just yesterday my ex-girlfriend called me. She said that strange things were happening at her house, and she needed my help. After investigation, it was found that the suspicious item was a ring. I looked at the ring in front of me and sighed. Wow. It's really nice. I could probably sell it for a few tens of dollars. But the monster in your house is not that simple. There will still be a little danger in dealing with it. And Chi-Chong immediately extended his palm upon hearing this. 50,000. As long as you help me take care of this matter. Upon hearing this, I felt dizzy and out of breath, just like a panting bull. The next second, I grabbed in Chong's hand. Deal made. Goodness me. Truly worthy of being a second-generation wealth. He sure is generous. Then you will move out and live there today. I will meet that guy here tonight. Don't worry. The lingering soul energy on you is gone. That guy won't follow you. The moment the words fell, the second-generation rich dragged Du Feng and ran away directly. The speed was as fast as Bolt. Don't forget my 500,000. Then I sat down and started discussing with Jiangli how to proceed. There isn't a good way to draw it out. Wandering around Jiangli, I can only sense that it does exist, but I just can't pinpoint its location. I'll have to wait until nightfall. I just threw the ring that Chi-Chong gave me to Jiangli. This is something from the Jiang dynasty. Do you have any impressions? After Jiangli carefully examined the ring, she said, It feels familiar, but I just can't remember. Upon hearing this, I comforted her. Don't worry. Take your time. I will definitely help you retrieve your lost memories. However, this ring should be the parasite host of that guy. Should we directly blow it up and force it out? But Jiangli said it might not work. The parasite has rules for protection. We may have to wait until midnight. It can only be found when it's weakest during its connection with the host. If that thing doesn't want to wait, it may launch an attack on us in advance. The time quickly came to nighttime. And I have maintained a handsome pose for a long time. Suddenly, the lights on the roof lit up in an instant. My eyes widened. Ha ha ha. Here it comes. But the next second I became dumbfounded. Under the light, my wife, who had turned into a female ghost, was pressing the switch. Seeing this, I rushed up. Oh my! What are you doing? The atmosphere that took so much effort to create is ruined like this. Jiangli was helpless. It's all because of you. You had to show off. It's been so long and nothing has happened. Just as we were arguing, the light suddenly went out again. Oh my! Why did it go out again? But Jiangli said he didn't even move. Just then, a dark shadow flashed past the window. I immediately ran out. I looked around but didn't find anything. So, he threw the phone at the female ghost and said, "Dearly, it's all yours." The next second, I started pretending to be invisible. Brothers, this is a villa with ghosts. Today, I'm going to be brave again. Just now, the power suddenly went out. Then I saw a dark figure outside the window. I knew something big was going to happen today. At this point, there was a sudden flash of red light outside the door. What will happen next is unpredictable. If this video can still be released, it will prove that I have won again. Saying that, I walked towards the door, only to find that it couldn't be opened at all. Exactly what Enchichon said. So next, the bright red eyes should appear. But I was lying down, peeking out through the crack in the door, but found nothing at all. Just as I was feeling puzzled, the curtain in the room moved. I turned around and found that the curtain I had just opened was now closed. So I immediately ran back to the window. Could this guy be outside? Sure enough, just at the moment when I opened the curtain, a tentacle-like thing appeared in front of me. The next second, a ghost with a fox-like face beckoned at me. While rushing towards me, it let out a chilling laugh. Upon seeing this scene, I couldn't be bothered with much else. I gathered energy directly into my fist. I charged towards the guy. But soon I was engulfed in a strong gust of wind, which left me confused. By the time I reacted, the monster had already disappeared without a trace. I immediately asked Jianli what the monster was just now. But Jianli said he didn't see anything. Only I was there smashing the windows. Upon hearing this, I was surprised. What's going on? But then I immediately remembered that ring. Could it be the effect of this ring? Just by wearing it, one will be influenced. So I threw it away immediately. But the next second, I was shocked. The ring that was already thrown away appeared in my hand again. And it was emitting a hissing dark mist. Immediately, an unknown force condensed into a claw and swiftly swiped towards my neck. But this force was obviously not to be trifled with. My struggles were in vain. Just when I thought I was about to die, the bracelet on my wrist emitted a strange light. The next second, I was filled with power and I pulled towards it. A ball of blood mist dispersed. It seems like I have escaped a disaster. After landing, I quickly searched for Jianli. But I searched the whole room and couldn't find any trace of her. Suddenly, a table in the corner caught my attention, because there was a faint red light emanating from inside. I walked up and pulled open the drawer. The next second, I widened my eyes in surprise. The female ghost's head was standing straight inside. The self-righteous ghost was easily defeated by me with just one move. After trapping me in the ghost space, it arrogantly declared that I was doomed to escape. But the next second, it was defeated by me in one move. And just now, it dragged me into the ghost space with the soul energy of the ring, and I found my wife dismembered. At the moment of opening the drawer, the female ghost, my wife, suddenly opened her eyes. I was scared and fell to the ground, but the next second I realized something was wrong. I immediately kicked the table away. WTF. Don't use these tricks to scare me. You're just being clever. I have long established a contract with Dearly and become one with them. If she died, I would definitely be gone too. By acting this way, you are exposing that this is an illusion. Soon, I saw a bright red door open. I immediately walked in. Hey, if you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. But there was only the silent cold night responding to me. At this moment, a red light scattered out from the door crack. I really want to see what you're up to. Upon entering the room, I found it to be a bathroom. However, it was empty inside. I pulled the curtain and found that the faucet was filled with bright red tomato juice. Indeed, there is really no creativity at all. Do you think you can scare me with just this? I walked forward to turn off the faucet. Suddenly, the ghost rushed out with its claws open. The next second, it was fiercely punched. Oops. I'm sorry for hurting you. If you're ugly, Just don't try to mimic playing with lotus flowers. The fierce ghost couldn't believe it. How could you? How could you not be afraid? Upon hearing this, I was very disdainful. These are just tricks used to scare children. Besides, I have been watching horror movies since I was young. Moreover, all fear comes from the unknown and lack of firepower. With my strength, what do I have to fear you for? The fierce ghost was very disdainful upon hearing this. Even if caught in an illusion, they're still shamelessly arrogant. It's just creating an illusion with a ring. What's the big deal? The fierce ghost was just surprised to hear it. How did you know? I was furious as soon as I thought of it. Using Dear Lee's head as a lure is the biggest mistake. I have already made a life and death pact with her. If she dies, how could I still exist? The fierce ghost was shocked to hear this. How is that possible? That girl is a level 6 soul spell. The next second, a fist smashed over, directly hitting it against the wall. I looked at the fierce ghost and made him surrender. But it still insisted stubbornly, determined to fight me to the death. Immediately, it extended all its arms. Ghost space unfolded. The next second, I arrived in another dimension. It felt like I was suddenly in a fierce ancient battlefield. Seeing me stunned, it thought it had the upper hand. So it called upon the soldiers within the ghost space to launch an attack on me. At the same time, it also thanked the heavens. As long as it could kill me in here, the person outside would also disappear. This way, it could use the soul energy of the both of us to level up. It is a beautiful imagination, but reality is cruel. I dodged left and right among those soldiers. I moved flexibly. Those soldiers couldn't harm me at all. At this moment, a soldier attacked me from behind. I knocked down his weapon in one fell swoop. Then I swiftly grabbed it and charged towards those soldiers. Several sword lights flashed together. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the fierce ghost. The next second, its head rolled to the feet. Seeing this scene in front of him, unbelievably vulnerable. Suddenly, the fierce ghost stood up again. The head on its shoulders, miraculously restored. Ha ha ha. This is my ghost space, where I have an endless supply of soul energy, while you can only consume it endlessly. In the face of this scene, of course, I cannot hesitate. Immediately started the battle. A soldier is coming at me with a spear. I instinctively reached out with my hand. Blood gushed out from my fingers instantly. The fierce ghost became even more excited when it saw this. Look! Your soul energy, which you're trying to protect so quickly, is almost gone. My ghost space is not something that ordinary illusions can compare to. I can tell you clearly, you will not be able to leave through this method. And your injuries will also be reflected onto your physical body. After you die, I can use your soul energy to ascend. Finally, enjoy this last time. Hearing this, I am not angry but happy instead. But why do I feel like you are the one who's done for? The fierce ghost still thinks I'm a dead duck and remains tough. But the next second, those soldiers all exploded and died. Became a pile of ashes. The fierce ghost was shocked to see this. Then it realized something was wrong and immediately looked back. I saw my cute and silly female ghost wife floating in the air. I stared at it with red eyes. At this sight, the terrifying ghost finally got scared and peed. I unleashed a powerful move towards Jiangli. However, the female ghost's level is not something it can compare to. With a snap of my fingers, I blasted her means into pieces. The fierce ghost immediately wanted to escape upon seeing this. But Jiangli, in a fit of anger, clearly wasn't going to give it a chance. A direct big move. The fierce ghost immediately burst into a bloody mist. After the battle, the female ghost drifted over to my side. She started sucking towards my palm. She immediately showed distress upon seeing the palm was injured. Then she used soul energy to heal me. After the whole process, I asked her how she came in. She said she saw my palm was injured and bleeding, so she was worried about me. That's why she entered my consciousness and transmitted through the passage. And the monster that was just defeated has already been eaten by her. She even said that the soul energy of that guy tasted good. Very delicious. But when I was playing around with my female ghost wife, I didn't notice at all. Two dark figures were standing on the opposite rooftop. And the newcomers are actually Chong Baidao. They found my location through positioning. Look at their momentum. I estimate they are determined to fight me to the death. The cute and silly female ghost wife was actually captured. She was even locked in a cage surrounded by iron chains. Seeing this scene, I went into a frenzy mode and charged forward to start fighting. Obviously, the opponent is not easy to deal with. We only fought for one round. I was directly knocked back and flew out. After landing, the shoe soles rubbed against the ground, emitting blue smoke. The person he was fighting with was Chong Baidao from before. After driving away the female ghost, they set their sights on us. I called my ex-girlfriend to tell her that everything has been taken care of. She can come back now. And Chi-chung, who heard the news, immediately jumped up. Wow! Senior is really efficient. We will be back right away. After the call ended, I looked at Jiangli. Have all those scattered soul energy already been devoured? After receiving a positive reply, we are ready to rest and wait for Chi-chung and the others to return. The next second, the doorbell rang. We thought it was them coming back. So quickly. Could it be that they didn't leave at all? I was about to go open the door when I just reached the door. A huge impact came rushing in. Jiangli immediately rushed up to block in front of me when he saw this. However, the huge impact caught us completely off guard. Jiangli was directly hit hard against the wall. Seeing this scene, I was shocked. But the next second, Chong Baidao charged towards Jiangli. A box glowing with red light appeared in his hand. Soul apparatus unsealed. Shackle soul prison. The next second, the box transformed into countless iron chains. They smashed towards Jiangli. The female ghost wife also reacted at this moment, chanting with her fingers. Suddenly, a thin green protective shield appeared around her. However, as the iron chains continued to tighten, the shield eventually broke. Jiangli's hands were immediately locked by the iron chains. Following this, his whole body was continuously entwined. Seeing the female ghost wife being captured, I immediately rushed up. I put on a desperate posture and fiercely smashed towards that person. I was knocked back in just one round. After landing, even the soles of the shoes rubbed out smoke. And at this moment, the tall person who came with them is showing his ability to mock. Such is the marked soul organized as well. I struggled to climb up to take a look at the newcomers. But at this moment came Jiang Li's angry roar. She kept struggling, but she couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. Chong Baidao said lightly, "There's no need to struggle. This shackle soul prison is the latest research achievement of doctorate. You won't be able to break free from it." After hearing this, Jiang Li stopped moving and just kept shouting, "Husband, escape quickly." The two of them surrounded me from the front and back. "It seems you are the person that bearded man mentioned." Upon hearing this, I was surprised. So it was the bearded man who sent you. The tall, scar-faced man said it was indeed him. However, it's a pity that you spared him, as he betrayed you. But that's okay. We have avenged you. We made him watch as his son was crushed into powder in his arms. That painful sight should really be recorded for you to see. Upon hearing this, I am filled with extreme anger. What kind of people are you? How could you be so cruel? At this moment, Chong Baidao spoke up. Surprisingly, he talked about my affairs and background. He even mentioned that he and I were actually kindred spirits. 16 years ago, a major fire broke out at the Tianqing orphanage. The entire orphanage was burned down. Strangely, none of the orphans perished in the fire. Only the director and 3 staff members were killed in the blaze. No human factors were found in the final investigation of the cause of the accident. Then, when the police were clearing the ruins of the orphanage, evidence implicating the director in child trafficking was found. Then, following this lead, the entire criminal child trafficking chain was dismantled. After the fire, the government sent these orphans to a nearby shelter. However, during the transfer process, one child suddenly went missing. After many years of searching, the police found that the child had turned into a homeless wanderer, mingling in society. And the child who was found is you. As soon as the words were spoken, I was stunned. Who are you? How do you know these things? But Chong Baidao expressed, the fire at the orphanage was set by you, wasn't it? I immediately denied it. You can deny it. We don't care. But in my opinion, this is definitely not a coincidence, but a carefully planned setup. He just wouldn't stop. I immediately got angry. Who do you think you are? What do you want to do in the end? Since you asked sincerely, then I will tell you with great compassion. We are the operatives from above the depths. My name is Chong Baidao, codenamed Depth's Dog. This scar is called Depth's Pig. The previous spirit baby ghost was taken care of by you, right? And the incident at Haiyuan Elementary School was also caused by you, right? Principal Xian Chong was a key figure in the Artificial Soul Project. Now that he's gone, Doctorate must be very angry. Upon hearing this, I was shocked again. The Artificial Soul Project. What is that? Chong Baidao continued. That is the genius of our organization. It is a plan proposed by the great leader Doctorate decades ago. In simple terms, it means that spirits will be born from people with deep resentment after they die. And we have found a way to use these spirits to create weapons. So, Boda suggested that tragedies could be created to deepen people's resentment. And then we capture the spirits at the beginning of their emergence. The fact proves that Doctorate is right. We continuously produce spirits in this way. Wipe out their consciousness and turn them into weapons. Unfortunately, these spirits cannot advance in ranks. So Doctorate proposed a second-generation modification plan. And Haiyuan's Lotus Fragrance and Xian Chong are the works of the second-generation plan. Once this was said, I could no longer bear it. You are all bastards. They are all living people, not experimental materials. But Chong Baidao waved his hand and said, No. Only the awakened in this era are considered human. And they can become the subjects of our research. They should feel honored. Just like humans. Isn't it also experimenting with monkeys and apes? But listening to these words, I just feel they are all a group of lunatics. Chong Baidao expressed that I am the awakened just like them, and they hope I can join. And if I join, he can help me speak up for Jiangli, so she doesn't have to die. But if I refuse, then I can only say sorry. When these words were spoken, I was shocked. On one side is the extremely cruel bastard organization. On one side is the silly and cute female ghost wife. How should one make a choice in the end? The talisman on the female ghost wife's forehead has finally been pulled off. But the next second, she corrupted instantly, and I couldn't even recognize her. She even called me a fraud and said she would kill me. Chong Baidao caught Jiangli, forcing me to make a choice. Under the strong temptation of Chong Baidao, I chose to compromise. Seeing me so pragmatic, Chong Baidao was also very happy. But the next second, I used my head to smash him and made his head bleed. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. He immediately prepared to strike back. But the hand that was just held has been firmly grasped by me. The next second, I smashed him down hard. Then another punch was thrown out. But at the moment the fist hit the ground, I felt something was wrong. What? I actually missed. It turns out this guy reacted quickly. He used teleportation techniques. He has already flashed to the side. Seeing this scene, I immediately displayed my skills. 1,000-year dream, and then rushed towards him. Chong Baidao was not to be outdone. He also attacked me without showing any weakness. The next moment, two forces fiercely collided with each other. I was clearly at a disadvantage, being shaken back repeatedly. Chong Baidao seized the opportunity and immediately launched another attack. Moreover, he possesses the skill of teleportation. I could only keep up with his speed by using my soul skill. Even with the skill enhancement, I only managed to narrowly dodge his attacks. At this moment, Chong Baidao is extremely arrogant. Let's see if you can dodge a few times. Saying that, he attacked me again. Under the fierce attack, I was directly blasted out. Upon landing, a mouthful of blood immediately sprayed out. Chong Baidao has had enough fun. It's time to arrange for his underling Dao Ba to gain experience. The next second, Dao Ba unleashed his soul skill, 10 times gravity. Under the display of this technique, I can't even stand up. I just feel my body is incredibly heavy. Seeing that I can no longer attack, Chong Baidao also relaxed. Mockingly, he expressed that I am not their opponent at all. But then, he saw me forcibly enhancing my skills. And then I immediately unleashed all my firepower and bombarded him. But obviously, he was prepared. He just dodged it directly. But I indifferently expressed myself. How did you know that I was aiming at you? The next second, he realized something was wrong. The cages behind kept making noise. He then looked over there, only to see the cage containing Jiangli emitting countless souls. And I shouted at this moment. Dear Li, I did my best. Now it's up to you. Chong Baidao finally knew what I was up to at this moment. But he was very confident about this cage, because it is the latest research and development by Doctorate. As long as it is not broken by a single blow, it can absorb soul energy to repair itself. Unless the soul spell is of a level above the Soul King, it may be broken and escape. When these words were spoken, I felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. I could only kneel helplessly on the ground. And this scene fell into Jiang Li's eyes. It seemed like I was on the ground begging for mercy. At this moment, the female ghost, wife, was already crying uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, unable to make a sound. After a struggle, she finally made a decision. Slowly, she raised her hand and reached towards her own forehead. Immediately, the talisman that had been stuck on for 1,000 years was torn off. The next second, her whole body exploded. Countless souls burst out from her body. Seeing this, Scar was shocked. He immediately stepped forward wanting to repair the cage, and at the same time called Chong Baidao to come over and help. But the next second, he was directly shaken away. And the female ghost, his wife, seemed to have changed completely. She emitted an extremely powerful dark mist all over her body. After the cage exploded, she actually burst into laughter. Chong Baidao, who witnessed this scene, was incredulous with disbelief. She actually managed to break free from the Doctorate's shackle soul prison. Could this spirit be a being of level 6 or above? Even so, I can still engage in battle with you by activating my soul space. He then immediately unleashed his soul space and attacked Jiangli. But Jiangli opened his blood-red eyes. Did I give you permission to attack? The next second, Chong Baidao's arm exploded into pieces. When Scar saw his boss injured, he immediately rushed forward to fight to the death. At the same time, he also used his soul skill to directly increase the gravity to the maximum of 20 times. But the female ghost wife just lightly flicked with one finger. The Scar was immediately shaken and flown out. After standing up, blood gushed all over the floor. I didn't expect this spiritual being to have such terrifying strength. It seems that I need to find another way to save my life. But then, he was immediately patted on the shoulder. Chong Baidao walked up to him and immediately requested a retreat. He wanted to report the situation back to Doctorate. Chong Baidao said that, and they immediately used their teleportation skill to escape. While escaping, they didn't forget to leave behind some harsh words for us to wait and see. Seeing that they were about to escape, Jiangli immediately wanted to chase after them. I, on the other hand, said that there was no need to chase. That guy is using teleportation skills. We won't be able to catch up. But to my surprise, dark mist beside Jiangli immediately surrounded me. I screamed and shouted, "Dearly!" The female ghost's wife immediately rushed to the front. Dearly, who is the female ghost, did not recognize her own corrupt wife. I immediately yelled. Dearly, it's you. You are Jiangli. We have a contract to live and die together. Upon hearing these words, she immediately fell into a frenzy, laughing wildly and looking up at the sky, questioning herself who she really was. A moment later, it seemed like she remembered something. Ha ha ha. I remember now. I am a princess of the Jiang dynasty. I am waiting for someone. Waiting for an unfaithful man. Waiting for a liar who said he would marry me. I want to kill him. Yes, I want to kill him. Seeing this scene, I was so scared that I was at a loss. The next second, her black claws were already around my neck. Yes, you are the husband. I'm going to kill you. Then everything will be over. How fragile can the love of a second-generation rich be? I don't believe it. Look at our Enchichong. He not only likes to eat fish, but also likes to kick his girlfriend. After I have dealt with the ghosts in his villa, I will contact him to come back. But the one who came was not them, but Chong Baidao. His wife, a female ghost, protected me. Ripping off the 1,000-year talisman directly corrupts it. After repelling Chong Baidao, he is now in the room trying to beat me up. And just at this moment, Enchichong and the others have returned. Looking at their own front door smashed. Still timidly saying that it seems like the ghosts are very powerful. Immediately, they boldly opened the door. They were even holding the 500,000 yuan that they owed me. But when they saw the situation inside, they were immediately scared half to death. Even the box full of money almost flew away. Because in front of them, corrupt Jiangli with dark mist emanating from his body is tightly choking me. Seeing them coming back, I immediately yelled, "Run!" Jiangli was very excited to see this. He immediately rushed up to treat them as dessert after dinner. Seeing this scene, Enchichong stood up and ran away. But at this moment, his girlfriend was already scared to the point of peeing herself, her legs simply not listening to her. Subconsciously, she held on to her boyfriend's legs tightly, shouting for help. But as she looked at the approaching dark mist, this guy suddenly became ruthless. Oh no, he's not showing any mercy. He's not taking love into account. He lifted his foot and kicked Du Fong directly, sending him flying. Then he ran away as fast as he could, leaving only Du Fong there trembling in fear. Looking at Jiangli rushing towards him, Du Fong felt despair instantly. Instinctively shouted for help. I, who had been released, definitely couldn't stand by and watch without saving. Immediately, with a quick movement, he came to her side. But soon after, Jiang Li's attack also arrived. I was blasted to the corner, while holding on to Du Fong. Seeing that the first strike missed, the corrupt Jiang Li attacked again. I immediately had Du Fong hold me tight. Then I used my soul skill to dodge once again. Du Fong, who had slightly recovered, immediately asked upon seeing the situation, "Isn't she your girlfriend? How did she end up like this?" I remembered that she tore off the 1,000-year talisman to save me before. Then she retreated to a corner of the wall. Du Fong immediately reminded, "Can't you just repose the talisman charm to fix this?" Thinking of this, I immediately took action and rushed towards Jiangli. The corrupt Jiangli, seeing me rushing towards him, thought that we were going to have a big fight, so he didn't hold back at all. After charging around in all directions, I finally arrived by her side. The next second, I exerted all my strength and pasted the talisman on. Just at the moment when the talisman's curse made contact, Jiang Li's body immediately stiffened. Then I grabbed him. Seeing this, I immediately kissed him. This is not taking advantage of the situation. Everyone, don't get the wrong idea. I want to get into her mind. Let's see what's going on. Soon I will enter her consciousness. Cold dark night. Many corpses lying beside the road. Inside a carriage, a little girl is crying and pushing her mother, who has already turned cold. But a little boy held onto her and dragged her outside. Soon someone came to inspect the battlefield. It looks like the person was assassinated. But after a search, 2 children were found to have run away. So they immediately started a carpet search. The boy had to carry the girl and run frantically for their lives. Later, they arrived at her hometown, Jiang Dynasty, but the city was full of black aura. The people there were like wandering zombies. After walking for a while, they noticed a huge dark mist appearing in the sky. Moreover, many ghostly figures continued to gather. I slowly approached those dark mists. I found that the resentment here is incredibly powerful. But then, I realized that something was wrong. Isn't Jianli wrapped up in the dark mist? Is this the reason she became corrupt? The next second, I reached out to get her out. With the power of the bracelet, I finally succeeded. But at this moment, Jiangli is still unconscious. So I kissed her immediately, hoping to wake her up. But after the dark mist faded from her body, she still didn't wake up. The base of Above the Depths organization at the same time. Chong Baidao, they escaped back here using teleportation techniques. When they saw that both of them were actually injured, everyone here couldn't believe it. Then two people appeared in front of them. They said Doctorate has been waiting, and they need to go over immediately. But the person who spoke was kicked and spat blood the next second. It turned out that Scar, who was irritable, felt that his injury was severe and needed immediate treatment. But Chong Baidao interrupted him. He said he can go now? He's fine. The younger brother who got beaten up looks very innocent, glaring at them fiercely. It seems like he might cause some trouble. Here I come, here I come. I am coming with my female ghost wife in my arms. Just as I was about to leave, my ex-girlfriend called me. She said she wanted to leave the money left by the rich second generation for me. Seeing her sincerity, I couldn't really refuse to accept it. But the next moment, she seemed very submissive and obedient. I don't care about all that. I just grabbed the box and was ready to retreat. But this scene directly knocked her out. She bluntly said I'm a money lover. Not romantic at all. Seeing her muttering, I turned and asked her what to do in the future, because the second generation rich has already run away. She said she might go back to live with her parents first. But then she looked at me with joy. Maybe go to your place. As soon as she said that, I felt embarrassed. I immediately pointed to the Jianli on my shoulder to indicate that I already belonged to someone. Du Feng's face instantly fell with disappointment upon hearing the words. And I quickly grabbed the money and slipped away, even managing to say goodbye to her using the wrong name. And on the other side of the camera, our hidden doctorate is finally about to appear. Chong Baidao was ordered to come and meet diligently. But Doctorate had his back to them. He asked directly if their mission had failed. Dao Ba appeared somewhat angry, as he stated that they had been injured. It was the eruption of a special soul that broke through the shackle soul prison that led to the failure. Chong Baidao immediately stopped him, and said it was his own order because he was already very weak at that time. If they didn't leave immediately, they wouldn't be able to teleport back. Doctorate didn't say anything but just put down the experiment dish in his hand. But this silent action scared the two of them, and they immediately knelt down on the ground. Doctorate then turned around. He comforted. You did nothing wrong. There is no need to react this way. He then patted Chong Baidao on the shoulder. But you must remember, your abilities are given by me. Don't try to be clever in the future. As a punishment for failing the mission, I will first take back your teleportation device. Watching his teleportation device being taken back, Chong Baidao immediately felt extreme fear. But he didn't dare to say anything. He could only bury his head deeply in the ground to show his obedience. Later, Doctorate requested them to write a report on today's battle. After the two individuals left, Doctorate directly squeezed and burst the experiment bottle in his hand. It's evident that he is extremely angry, because he feels that these two people no longer have any value as tools. It's just a matter of making use of them as waste for now. Then he fell into contemplation. That ominous woman who left the princess tomb 1,000 years ago, and has awakened a power exceeding level 6. This doesn't seem to be the work of a soul hunter. But there should still be time until she fully awakens. We must capture her before that happens. As he spoke, he raised his hand. A red blood cell emitting dark mist floated in the air. The next second, a black domineering figure appeared. After returning home, I placed Jiangli on the bed. A person was slurping instant noodles while thinking about what happened today. The special soul in their mouths is the Jiangli. It seems they have been targeting her for a long time. Dearly is one of their targets. But why do they also want to invite me to join? I was wiping Jiangli's body while thinking. But it's been so long. How come this girl still isn't awake? Maybe I should go into her consciousness to take a look. I was thinking about making a seamless connection, but the next second her eyes opened. I instantly sat up when I saw this scene, then coughed awkwardly twice. Subconsciously, I was about to explain a few words. But unexpectedly, Jiangli widened her eyes with tearful eyes. The next second, she threw herself into my arms, crying and saying she thought she would never see me again. I gently caressed her head to comfort her. It's all right now. The bad guys have been chased away by Dearly. The little one seemed a bit skeptical at the words. I immediately explained that it was because she tore the talisman and then became very powerful. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiangli was full of confusion. I then slowly told her about what had happened earlier. Jiangli said she was unclear about the matter of the talisman. She only knows that it has been with her for a long time, just like a hairpin, and it can suppress the resentment in her body. At that time, she only wanted to try tearing it off to see if it could break free from the control of the shackle soul prison. She didn't expect that it would actually work. When she said that, I immediately grabbed her little face and told her never to tear off the talisman unless absolutely necessary in the future. Afterward, I placed one hand on her shoulder. With a "pu" sound, he directly pressed her onto the bed. Jiangli thought that her fiancé had finally come to his senses. When she closed her eyes and waited for the next move, I just lightly tapped her forehead. Then I covered her with a blanket. Then I got up and left, telling her that we had to move. At this, the female ghost blushed and looked perplexed. A few days later, I, still recuperating from my injuries, tried not to be followed. I picked up the phone card and snapped it into several pieces. Due to my injuries and fatigue, I quickly fell asleep. Unconsciously, it seemed like I had entered my own consciousness. I subconsciously opened my eyes, only to find that my childhood self was standing there blankly. A steel knife in hand fell to the ground, and in front of me at this moment lay many people covered in blood. The man is sick and has a high fever. His wife not only didn't take him to the hospital, but also looked for his study materials. After checking to verify his academic performance, she also had to wait for him to wake up and take the exam. Just now, I was lying on the sofa sleeping. The female ghost quietly walked in. When she approached, I found myself breaking out in a cold sweat. My mouth kept mumbling something continuously. Then she put me on the bed. And at this moment, I was in my own consciousness. More than a decade ago, when I was still a child, I was at the welfare institution, taking care of two severely hungry children. They woke up in the middle of the night looking for food. After we arrived in the kitchen, in order not to be discovered, I told them to make sure to hide well. Immediately, I took a few apples from the refrigerator. Just as I was about to retreat, I heard a different sound. I turned my head and found that the door beside me was not closed. I walked over quietly. I looked inside through the crack in the door. The next second, the apple in my hand fell to the ground with a thud, because I saw two men bullying a little girl, with the sound of the apple hitting the ground. The two men were so scared that they almost had physiological problems. The fat man immediately ran over to check, but he only found an apple. The bald man, worried, asked what was going on. The fat man casually said it was just a little mouse stealing food. Nothing to worry about. Then the two of them left, still wanting more. As they walked, they said this matter must not be exposed. The dean must not find out. But if it really turns fatal, it's no big deal to report it as missing. Just send it to the foundation. Wasn't that how things were done before? But what they didn't know is that I heard all of their conversation clearly. After a while, I listened as they walked away. Then I crawled out of the cupboard. Immediately, I arrived at the room where they had just committed the sinful act. And at this moment, little dear, dressed in tattered clothes, was lying on the cold ground in the room. I helped her up and tidied her clothes. Little dear hugged me and said in tears that it was Teacher One who asked her to come. She said she had left some food for herself. But after coming, their strength is so great. Could it be that I did something wrong? And my parents don't want me anymore. Now even the teacher bullies me. Looking at little dear covered in wounds, I can only comfort. Those bad people. Heaven will surely make them pay. Later, I found the dean and told him about the situation. The dean was extremely angry upon hearing this. He immediately expressed his intention to punish them severely. I have stated that I have put away little dear's clothes as evidence. The dean even asked me to quickly bring the clothes and then immediately call the police. After hearing the dean's words, I immediately felt that the bad person would finally be caught. But is it really the case? Dean's office. A slap fiercely landed on the bald man's face. The dean threw a piece of clothing. Look at the mess you caused. Seeing the clothing being thrown, the bald man immediately knelt down, begging the dean to spare his life. He said he and the dean are like a praying mantis on the same string, and he cannot stand by and watch him die. The dean then glared fiercely at the two people. Don't think I don't know what you've been up to. Whatever games you're playing, just make sure you don't interfere with the plans from above. He said this as he forcefully opened the cabinet. And inside was me, tied up with ropes. It turns out the dean is the big boss here. He immediately handed me over to them, instructing them to handle it cleanly. Tomorrow the foundation needs materials. It just happens that I can arrange to send this along with those abused children. The fat man picked me up and taunted. Finally found you, little rat. The bald man, listening to the dean, obsequiously offered to take charge. In the kitchen, water was pouring noisily. The bald man punched my skinny body and then pulled me up by my hair. The next moment, I was slammed against the wall. The bald man approached and stepped on my face. And at that moment, I heard the voice of the female ghost, the wife, in my ear. It turns out he saw me struggling continuously, not knowing what was happening. Shortly after, she reached up to touch her forehead, feeling it very hot. She thought she might be sick. But later she discovered that there were two opposing forces at play within my body. One force is the power of the ancient Jiang dynasty. The other force is quite strange. But there shouldn't be any danger for now. As long as the two forces wear each other out and merge, it should be fine. Perhaps you may even turn a disadvantage into an advantage. But during this period when the Lord is still in a coma, she finds herself a bit idle. So she wants to learn something new. The next moment, she activated the treasure hunting mode. Shortly after, she found my years of study materials under the bed. After looking at the study materials, she licked her tongue. Meaningfully said, she wants to give me a surprise. And at this moment, I was still dreaming. A basin of ice water was poured over. Fatty saw that the bald man was not finished yet and asked him to hurry up and resolve it quickly. The bald man was not slow either. He grabbed my hair and lifted me up. Then he pressed me directly into the water. Just when I thought my life was about to end. The bracelet on my hand suddenly emitted a burst of golden light. The next second, something resembling a chrysalis wrapped me up. Orphanage explosion. The fire engulfed 4 lives. But strangely, all the children in the orphanage were unharmed. When the police came to investigate, everyone looked at me. Before this, I got up in the middle of the night because of hunger and went to look for food. But unintentionally, I caught someone in the yard doing something wicked. When I told the dean about the incident, I hoped that justice would be served. The dean told me that he was actually the mastermind behind the incidents in the yard. He handed me over to his subordinate for a traceless treatment, just when they thought they could easily solve the problem. The bracelet on my hand caused me to undergo a mutation and go berserk. Witnessing this scene, the bald person was directly scared silly. I, who had lost my mind, grabbed his neck. The bald guy yelled desperately, "Don't!" The next moment, with a sharp sound, his body was pierced. Fresh blood flowed down his arm. Frightened, both the fat man and the other man were terrified. They fled, but the escape door wouldn't budge. To their horror, a dark mist began to billow out. Seeing the transformed me, they were petrified, realizing I wouldn't spare them. It must be said that villains have tremendous courage. The fat man gazed at the kitchen knife before him. He picked up the knife and prepared to fight me. He thrust it at me as I charged towards him. But he could never be my match. Everything went blurry before my eyes. A beam of light flashed by. The next second, he was punched and sent flying 800 meters away. He lay on the ground, twitched twice, and died completely. I picked up his knife and went to another person. This guy was completely dumbfounded at the moment, begging for mercy uncontrollably. He kept playing the emotional card non-stop. He kept saying that he has been good to me here, that he held me when I was young, and often gave me things to eat. I kicked him over just because he was making so much noise. I just wanted to end him right there. But he said he still has usefulness. He can help me. At his words, I was taken aback. It seemed like I thought of something. In the office, the dean was leisurely reading a newspaper. Suddenly, the cell phone on the desk rang. He picked up the phone and heard about the problem in the kitchen. "They need you, Dean, to come and deal with it." Upon hearing this, Dean's face turned pale. He couldn't even handle such a small matter. When he wanted to confirm further, the call had already been hung up. He was so angry that he crushed the phone into pieces. On the other side, the skinny person finished his own tasks and said the dean would be coming soon. He was the mastermind behind the matter. "You promised me just now. As long as I did it, you would let me go." Hearing this, I smiled devilishly. "Of course, I will only make you enjoy it even more." As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of the skinny person instantly dilated. The sound of tearing came the next moment. After the dean received the call, he contacted the other two people. But he couldn't get through after several attempts. So he felt that something might have really happened. He then angrily walked towards the kitchen, cursing all the way while opening the door. He didn't answer the phone. "Are you all dead?" But the next moment, he was stunned. Because those people were indeed dead. I even directly cut off the arm of the skinny person in front of me. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, the dean was almost scared silly. He turned around and ran away like crazy. But once they came, they wouldn't let him go. I reached out and grabbed him directly. Several strands of dark mist burst out instantly, immediately surrounding him. The dean was directly tackled to the ground and dragged inside, leaving behind bloody scratch marks on the floor. After a while, the bracelet on my hand slowly changed. The dark mist all over my body also gradually dissipated. After everything had dissipated, I gradually recovered. Looking at everything in front of me, I can't believe it. What has happened? How did all these people die? But when I saw the bloody knife in my hand, I was terrified. I instinctively threw it away. Did I really kill these people? But I just passed out a moment ago. Clearly, they were trying to kill me. How did they end up dead? A huge fear struck my young heart. Helpless, I could only whimper and scream. But suddenly, my head felt like it was struck hard, and I instantly became clear-headed. A voice sounded in my mind. "Is this an emotional breakdown? You are really weak. Those people who just died deserved it. You can't attract attention now. You should hide first." Then I found the kitchen reminders posted on the wall. Prevent dust explosions. Remove sources of ignition. Looking at the reminders on the wall, the voice in my mind seemed to have figured something out. "Don't worry. I will take you out." Then I walked out. Just as I left, I saw two little girls. It turned out they were starving. Like me, they were looking for something to eat in the kitchen. I walked up to them and called out. I said I had just seen a rainbow outside. Let's go see it together. Then a large group of children all heard the news. They ran to the yard to see the rainbow. But when they came out, they found nothing. Just as they were about to ask what was going on, a loud explosion resounded. Afterwards, the entire orphanage was engulfed in flames. Fire trucks arrived shortly. The firefighters quickly evacuated the children in the yard. After the fire was extinguished, the fire captain approached the police. The police intervened because the accident resulted in casualties. Preliminary investigation. The officers were a bit puzzled after learning from the firefighters that only 4 people in the kitchen died, because all the children at the orphanage were unharmed. The firefighter told him that the reason was that at the beginning of the explosion, the children heard someone shouting that there was a rainbow outside. They all ran outside to see the rainbow, which is why they were spared from the disaster. But the police's intuition told him that there might be something suspicious about this matter. So he turned around and gathered the children in the yard. Then he began to ask in a cute manner, wanting the children to say who had asked them to come out and see the rainbow. As soon as this was said, the children all looked towards me. But at this moment, I had a confused look in my eyes and didn't know what to do. The man holds flowers in his hand for a date with a beautiful woman. But the next second, he was hit by a car and went up to heaven. I was shocked to see this scene because this man is a police officer. Investigate the case of the fire at the orphanage that resulted in the death of 4 people. And just now, he was still asking the children who first spotted the rainbow. Upon hearing this, all the children in the yard turned to look at me in unison. The firefighter on the side looked at the young police officer, feeling that he was too young and might be unreliable. But his police colleague next to him told him, "This person is a genius in the police station." Although young, he was admitted 2 years ago with the highest score in the province. Moreover, his investigative skills are extremely strong. The firefighter still has some doubts because he feels that asking children about this matter does seem unreliable. At this time, the young policeman tried to dispel his doubts by saying that he has solved many major cases in the past 2 years. More importantly, he is also the younger brother of the legendary figure in the police department, Zhang Dao. At this moment, Officer Zhang walked towards me. I felt a little uneasy. He placed his hand on my shoulder and asked for my name. Then when asked me about the incident when I saw the rainbow earlier, I admitted directly that I was the one who shouted, but the rainbow disappeared after I came out. Officer Zhang continued to ask questions. But at this moment, a female officer ran over. It was said that a ledger was found in the dean's office. It was locked in the safe and is now intact. At the same time, a large amount of gold, gemstones, and foreign currency were also found. Officer Zhang's eyes widened as soon as he saw it, because he realized that if he continued to investigate this fire, he would definitely uncover a big fish behind it. He then asked the policewoman to quickly bring the inspection report and investigation records after they were completed. When I saw that there was nothing for me to do, I just wanted to leave. Officer Zhang, however, said that there were some things that needed to be further clarified with me. He then took me aside and directly expressed his doubts. He suspects that the fire was deliberately set, not accidental. He directly asked for my opinion and wanted me to provide some clues. It's obvious that he sensed something and wanted to fish for information. I quickly said that I didn't understand. After all, I am just a kid. He then continued his analysis. A dust explosion requires a confined space, and it also needs a certain concentration of oxygen to combine with. But there were several people in the kitchen in such an environment. Surprisingly, no one opened the window for ventilation. The only possible explanation for this unreasonable phenomenon is that either they were controlled or dead before the explosion occurred. It just happened that the 4 adults passed away together. All the children are safe and sound. Isn't all of this too coincidental? And this coincidence happens to be the biggest flaw in this case. He patted my head. So, can you tell me what happened last night? And what role did you play in it? Listening to his analysis, I revealed a wicked smile. The bracelet on his hand emitted wisps of dark mist again. Just then, the young policewoman, no, it's actually the senior policewoman, rushed over in a panic. It turns out that the test report has been completed. Also, some unusual energy was detected in the kitchen. It may be necessary to inform the superiors to send specialized personnel to handle it. Jong-jo glanced at the report, waved his hand, and let the policewoman go take care of it first. He will call his brother himself. But this move clearly irritated the senior policewoman a little. Hey, I'm your senior. Stop treating me like your secretary all the time. Seeing her getting angry, Jong-jo immediately backed down. He awkwardly smiled to show that he was wrong. He offered to make it up by treating her to a big dinner in the evening. Seeing that he was somewhat sincere, the policewoman reluctantly agreed. But speaking of which, isn't it because Jong-jo is somewhat handsome? After seeing the test report, it indeed confirmed Jong-jo's conjecture. Immediately, he pushed the report towards me. These 4 individuals have no traces of smoke in their tracheas. It indicates that they were cremated after death. Seeing that I can no longer argue, I might as well just admit it. So, Officer Zhang, what are you going to do with me? Is it detention in a juvenile detention center, or just being detained? Jong-jo said it's neither. The investigation will point in a different direction. And this fire will only be considered an accident. I was confused when I heard this. What does this mean? They found evidence of the principal trafficking children in the principal's office. Moreover, most of the children in the orphanage have injuries on their bodies. They are willing to take the risk of being discovered in order to help the children leave. It shows that you are not a bad person, and I can probably guess the reasons why you did that. Combined with the on-site detection, there is energy residue inside. This should be the energy of your awakening, right? Upon hearing this, I can no longer hide it. I have to admit it all. But Jong-jo did not arrest me. He was surprised by my abilities even more. He also said that after the case is over, he will recommend a special place for me. It turns out that the reason he did this was out of sympathy. Both he and his elder brother, Jong Dao, are orphans. So he feels a bit of empathy because of their shared experience. He also said not to let hatred cloud my vision. There are many beautiful things in the world waiting to be discovered. Then he asked me to leave. I turned around and told him. The swing he was sitting on is broken. Jong-jo still didn't hear clearly what I said. The next second, the chain of the swing snapped off with a click. Jong-jo just directly landed on his butt. And this is also a chance for me to show my skills. It proves that what he said is indeed correct. He then picked up the phone and told his brother about my situation. The scene cuts to the fire scene. I quickly ran to the back of the yard. I dug hard on the ground. After digging it up, I took out the money I had prepared to escape with. Soon after, there came the sound of footsteps behind me. I hid in the bushes and saw 2 men appear here. They were Chong Baidao and Scarface. Chong Baidao wanted to report something. He said there was a fire here and the experimental materials might have issues. At the same time, they also found out that the responsible police officer is named Jong-jo. His brother is a soul hunter who has already discovered the secret of the orphanage. So they want to arrange an accident for Officer Zhang. I am extremely shocked to hear all this. They immediately ran towards the police station. But when they arrived at the police station, they were told that Officer Zhang was not there. It seemed like he had gone out for a date tonight. I turned around and ran. I must find him. I arrived on the main street and looked around in all directions to search for him. Just when I was extremely anxious, I found him at a traffic light intersection. At this moment, he was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. Obviously, he was well prepared for the date. But the next second, a loud and piercing sound came. Officer Zhang, who was completely unaware, was suddenly struck by something and sent flying into the air. What would you do if a beautiful female ghost suddenly appeared while you were taking a shower? And what if she said she wanted to cover herself in bubbles and have a bubble bath with you? I don't know about others, but I would simply slam the door shut and make her wait obediently. Don't say that I don't know what's good for me. The key point is that the author is a bit unreliable. And at this moment, someone is looking for me. The hungry ones are eating noodles at the noodle shop. The little girl marvels at the man in front of her who can really eat. Because in front of her, there are already more than 20 empty bowls stacked up. But the red-haired man in front wiped his mouth, indicating that he had only eaten half full. The Lolita immediately interrupted, saying she couldn't eat anymore. If she kept eating, she wouldn't be able to find Fong Ning. And their conversation happened to fall into the boss's ears. So he curiously asked if they were looking for someone. Seeing someone joining the conversation, the two immediately said they were colleagues with me. Because they noticed I hadn't been to work for a few days, they came to check on me. However, when they arrived at the residential area, they forgot my apartment number. They came to see me. The boss immediately warmly told them my address. I thought these two were my friends, but watched as the two gradually went away. There is always a sense of familiarity in my heart, because these two were both dressed very unusually. Suddenly, he realized. It turns out they were playing cosplay, because he had seen me dressed as a female ghost with my wife before. And at that moment, I was still unconscious. My wife, dressed as a female ghost, was lying on top of me listening to my heartbeat. I don't know if she heard the heartbeat, but her little face was a bit flushed, because she seemed to feel that something was constantly changing. Just at this moment, I felt a tightness in my body. Then I straightened up directly, just in time to collide with my female ghost wife, who was looking at me, while I was still wandering in the clouds, thinking about what was ahead. Jiangli hugged me tightly, letting me feel her broad mind. But because of the long period of dormancy, my bladder was about to explode. So I rushed to the bathroom to release it immediately. When I came out, I quickly asked what time it was, after finding out that I had been asleep for 3 days. My mind instantly exploded. I can't believe I slept for 3 days. And now my head just feels extremely swollen and painful, because the dream I had before felt so real. Jiangli helped me sit down. She told me she was worried. She said I looked very nervous while dreaming, and she kept shouting something like Shang Yuan or Dean. As soon as she said that, I suddenly remembered. That's right. Shang Yuan Foundation. Haiyuan is also invested by Shang Yuan Foundation. In the dream, this foundation and the orphanage were secretly involved in child trafficking and experiments. Also, the death of police officer Zhang Zhou is related to them. It's time to contact Officer Zhang. So I picked up the phone and dialed it. I informed Officer Zhang about the situation. At the same time, the two people from the noodle shop had already arrived downstairs. The red-haired man looked at the address in his hand and indicated that they were probably at the right place. I hanging up the phone upstairs. His stomach started growling. After all, having slept for 3 days, his stomach was already empty. Just then, a fragrant smell wafted over. Jiangli came over dressed as a cook, carrying a large bowl. She said she made noodles for me and asked me to eat them while they are hot. I can't believe my eyes when I see those delicious and fragrant noodles. Can female ghosts cook as well? But what's in front of me makes me have to believe it. Jiangli said he learned a lot during the few days while I was asleep. He took the opportunity and handed me a piece of meat. Then he looked at me expectantly, wanting to see my reaction. I didn't have any expectations in the first place. But after trying it, I realized how mistaken I was. Those noodles are really delicious. After days of hunger, I devoured it immediately. Swallow quickly. I really didn't expect the female ghost's craftsmanship to be so good. At this moment, Jiangli said she remembered something. In the past, her mother often taught her how to cook when she was alive. Just when I was pleasantly surprised by her memory recovery. But she took out a study material that I cherished and said she learned from this book. Cooking delicious food for her husband in the kitchen. Then, after eating their fill, they can relax. Before the words had even settled, I quickly flipped through that book. Then, blushing, I hastily covered it with her clothes, reminding her that she had said not to read this book. The female ghost murmured softly, "It says in this book that it is essential for the exam." But the next second, my head got a beating from her. "Quickly, forget about these things for me. Xiao Jiangli is very innocent. I understand. I'm turning around to take a shower. After all, I've been smelly after sleeping for 3 days. Just walked into the bathroom. Jiangli rushed up again. He said he wanted to bathe with me and said he could cover my body with bubbles. Then he gave me. But before I entered, the door slammed shut. Here, I have to mention something. The author is really oblivious to others' feelings. Look how he upset little Jiangli. You are not willing, and the audience in front of the screen are eager. But how can we resist our female ghost wife? I walked into the bathroom and took off my clothes, thinking about the Shangyuan Foundation in my dream. No matter what force is behind you, dare to touch me. The young master will definitely make you suffer retaliation. Just as I was daydreaming. Suddenly I heard some noise at the door. I turned my head to look. I saw a female ghost, my wife, naked, passing through the door and saying she wanted to show me something. Seeing the scene, I panicked. I immediately grabbed a towel and covered the important parts. I quickly asked her what she was doing. Oh, I felt so embarrassed. How can this be tolerated? I saw her walking directly towards me. She raised her hands and placed them around my neck, asking me to close my eyes and savor it slowly. At this moment, I am already on the brink of collapse. Can you feel that kind of feeling? But the next moment, I arrived in another scene. A woman in a red wedding dress stood there. Her eyes were lifeless and her expression dull. She was staring blankly at the door. But at the door was the back of a man. Soon after, there was a blazing fire. She was also crying loudly in the fire. And this is Jiang Li's memory from 1,000 years ago. After absorbing the power of the ring, her memories are slowly starting to recover. Although there are only a few scenes, that man gives her a very familiar feeling. She insisted on coming in because she felt that there was some connection between that man and me. But who is that man? Why did he leave? And what about the big fire? What happened there? And this man's back view. Why does it feel a little familiar? Just as I was pondering, the doorbell rang at the door. I immediately tidied up a bit and went to open the door. But after I opened the door, the person outside made me froze. While I was taking a shower, my wife, who is a female ghost, wanted to discuss fill-in-the-blank questions with me. I hesitated because I was unsure of the difficulty level of the questions. And at this moment, the doorbell rang. I immediately ran over to open the door. But when I saw the person in front of me, I was stunned. He came so quickly. Officer Zhang gestured with a fruit basket. It's because you said there was a crucial clue. I rushed over as soon as I hung up the phone. I quickly invited him into the house. I apologized slightly for the mess in the house. Officer Zhang didn't waste any time either. He came straight up and asked about what was mentioned on the phone. I directly told him that I was attacked by people from above the depths. They call themselves implementers, with the code names Depths Dog and Depths Pig. Officer Zhang exploded as soon as he heard this. You actually encountered the 12 guardians of above the depths. And you even survived. What on earth is going on? Because the 12 guardians are the strongest in the organization above the depths. The Depths Dog and Depths Pig mentioned are among them. Their level should be between level 5 and level 6. How did you do it? Upon hearing this, I just frowned. I even broke a hand of the Depths Dog, but in the end, they still managed to escape. Officer Zhang listened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that with my mystic power, I managed to injure a level 6 powerhouse. He even suspected if I had some secret weapon. Seeing that I was unwilling to speak, he stopped asking more questions. So he shifted the topic to the apparatus that Depp's dog used to escape. That should be their specific apparatus, and definitely not just one. This shows that Above the Depths has already mastered the manufacturing method. Immediately, he took out a small notebook and started asking me for detailed information about that battle. After a moment, he closed the notebook. He had a general idea of the situation. But he feels like I'm still hiding something from him. Maybe it's because of a lack of trust. However, he no longer seems to mind. He reminded me to be careful. The methods of Above the Depths are endless. It's best to seek the protection of Soul Hunter. But in doing so, you must disclose all the information you know. Seeing that I had no intention to carry on, he stopped asking. So, he got up and was about to take his leave. I suddenly called out to him, saying that there was another thing to discuss, a personal matter. I don't know if Officer Zhang is aware of a policeman named Zhang Zhou. When this was said, he immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned around and grabbed my neck, asking how I knew that name. I quickly told him that this person seemed to have helped me many years ago, and his death should be related to the organization. Above the Depths. Officer Zhang suddenly deflated at the news. He slumped onto the sofa. Zhang Zhou was his younger brother. And it was because of his younger brother's death that he left the Soul Hunter team. 16 years ago, his younger brother got into a car accident and was immediately taken to the hospital. The doctor clearly said that he had been saved. As long as he recuperates, there should be no problem. But who knew that he would die in a bizarre and tragic manner? His death was miserable. He then examined the body and found soul energy entwined around it, immediately realizing that this was definitely not a simple car accident. He then requested the organization to launch an investigation, but was refused. Upon hearing this, I was incredulous. How could they refuse? The reason given was that the organization stated that the younger brother was not a soul hunter. In addition, based on his speculation, the organization was planning an operation against Above the Depths. At the time, they did not want to tip their hand. Even so, the final plan still failed. Above the Depths seemed to have known about the plan in advance. The soul hunters suffered heavy losses. Since then, no one dared to act lightly against Above the Depths. Officer Zhang has always been suspicious. He believes that there is a mole from Above the Depths in the senior ranks of the soul hunters. Feeling disheartened after his brother's death, he decided to leave the Soul Hunter organization. As I heard this, I suddenly remembered. Back then, Officer Zhang Zhou said he would recommend me to a special department when the time was right. As soon as these words were spoken, Officer Zhang was stunned. Are you the orphan who awakened abilities back then? I'm not sure if the person you're referring to is me, but based on my current memories, I have discovered an important clue related to Above the Depths. It is the Shangyuan Foundation mentioned earlier. And this name was also mentioned by his brother. But Officer Zhang said that they have investigated it. Someone has been using this name to engage in child trafficking. But if this organization Above the Depths is really related to the Shangyuan Foundation, then it's troublesome. Officer Zhang asked me why I thought they were related. I told him that the person who attacked me this time was the same person who went to the orphanage 16 years ago. At that time, I also heard them say that they wanted to get rid of Zhang Zhou to prevent the secrets of the Shangyuan Foundation from being revealed. Officer Zhang almost jumped up when he heard this. He quickly asked me if I could confirm, because it's been more than 10 years and memories are getting a bit blurry. However, there is still something very special. That is, what would the two characters Shangyuan mean if read in reverse? Officer Zhang unconsciously read it out. Shangyuan. Yuan Shang. It means Above the Depths. Officer Zhang stood up quickly, as if there was surging blood in his body. He explained that this Shangyuan Foundation is located in the capital. I will definitely continue to investigate. I will uncover the truth for my younger brother. At the same time, he also reminded me to be careful recently. Those people will definitely not give up easily. I promised him, no problem. After escorting Officer Zhang away, the wife of the female ghost suddenly emerged from my body, complaining that she was feeling very bored alone. I comforted her that the person just now had too much vital energy. Before the words had even faded, Jiangli said that had been in the past. Now, these are all scum. He can easily reduce them to ashes with a single move. Seeing her starting to brag, I made a joke in return. At the same time, to show my appreciation, I hid away. As compensation, I will buy her some new games. Upon hearing this, Jiangli immediately jumped up happily. And at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Zhu Tianhua. The camera shifted. A bald man with sleepy eyes opened the door. Standing outside the door were the red and blue duo looking for me. The bald man, who is actually an uncle, indicated that I have already moved out. The red-haired man could only come up with a random excuse. He claimed that there is a book here that I asked him to retrieve. The man pointed to the box nearby upon hearing this, indicating that all my belongings are inside. So the man with red hair began searching. After a while, my study materials appeared in his hands. The two of them walked quickly out of the room, holding the books. The man with red hair threw the book towards the girl with blue hair, signaling her to quickly use her abilities to locate my position. The girl immediately used her ultimate skill, Golden Star, and tapped her forehead. Then she threw the book into the air. As the mystic power spread out, the book also emitted bursts of strange light. The next second, my image appeared in the light. The owner of the gaming company actually dares not play the games developed by his own company. During the game testing, he even made excuses to buy food and sneak away. But how could he possibly get away if he is the company boss? Then I took my female ghost wife with me and entered the game world with him immediately. Before this, he called me to say that the game development was already completed. I immediately took a taxi to his company. I remembered Officer Zhang's words in the taxi. The methods of above the depths are endless. Once we know who they are, they can't escape. They can find people using soul techniques. And these soul techniques are already strange and bizarre. It is simply impossible to prevent. Does that mean we can only join the Soul Hunter organization to seek protection? But we can't let them know about Jiang Li's existence. Thinking of this, I looked at Jiang Li with a worried expression. But this cutie is sleeping like a log. It's probably because in these past few days taking care of me, they didn't get enough rest. They really seem tired. Thinking of this, I leaned in closely and gently touched her forehead. I silently vowed to face any danger together in the future. At that moment, the sound of braking suddenly rang out. It turned out that we had arrived at our destination. The driver waited for a while. I found there was no movement of people getting off behind. I turned my head to look. I found two people in the back seat were snuggled up together, fast asleep. The driver's mood instantly turned sour. This sudden show of affection really rubbed him the wrong way. So he immediately shouted out, "Hey, handsome, wake up! We've arrived!" I helped Jiangli up and shook her awake, indicating that we had arrived and it was time to get off the car. Jiangli groggily raised her head, with a string of drool still hanging from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, I hurriedly wiped her clean. What a sleepyhead you are. Oh no, she is a girl. How come she still drools like this? At this moment, Jiangli opened her eyes, looking at the man in front of her as if she had returned to her own world. Because the man said, "Dear Li, wait for me. I will ask my father to propose to the emperor." But the man turned around and left without looking back. No matter how she tried to keep him, she couldn't make him stay. Then a big fire broke out. She kept crying in the fire. And I saw Jiangli not reacting like a dummy. So I quickly grabbed her and shook her. Jiangli, who reacted, widened her eyes. She immediately rushed up and hugged me. Looking at the taxi leaving, I also feel helpless. Because at this moment, the female ghost, my wife, is sitting cross-legged hanging on my body. She refuses to get down when I asked her to. She even said she's afraid that once she lets go, she will run away again. Helpless, I had to hold her face in my hands and tell her affectionately, "I won't run away. I promise I won't leave you. Whatever happens in the future, we'll face it together." Seeing my sincerity, Jianli was very moved. I touched her head to show my affection. We have formed a bond that keeps us together. It feels like we can't go far even if we want to. As soon as the words fell, a cough came from behind. It turned out to be Boss Ju. I jokingly said that I had never seen flirting before. Boss Ju said that he had brought some snacks and had been here for a while. He didn't want to disturb us since we were so focused. Then he started to flatter us and gave us a bunch of compliments. After that, we all went into the building together to get ready to watch the game. But when we entered, we found that there was no one here. Boss Yu said that in order to welcome our visit, he gave all the employees a day off. In fact, he was afraid that during the testing, employees would see Guanwen and there would be news of ghosts again. He also praised Guanwen a lot, saying that ever since he arrived, efficiency has increased by 100-fold. Moreover, employees have not had to work overtime again. He knocked on the door as he spoke. Guanwen inside immediately let us in. After we entered, we saw Guanwen still busy with the testing work. Said, "Long time no see," but then found out it had been less than a week. He felt a little embarrassed because he thought the time felt like at least 1 or 2 months. After a brief chat, Guanwen took us to experience the game. He directly copied the video and information I gave him into the game. He created a character named Hyuan in the game and even designed many side tasks. Upon hearing this, I became even more interested. This way, I can collect more power of fear. I then asked them if they had conducted physical tests on this. Boss Yu said he heard that this game is full of a terrifying atmosphere. Moreover, the modeling inside is just like the real thing. I dare not experience it myself. Therefore, it has not been tested yet. Immediately, I asked Guanwen to introduce the gameplay and rules of the game to me. After the commentary, Guanwen said, "This will definitely be the most realistic horror game so far. Other copies and maps behind have already started preparations." After listening to the introduction, I was extremely excited. I immediately said that I wanted to try it out for myself. Mr. Ju was about to run away when he saw this. He even lied, saying he was going to find food for us. Seeing that he was about to run, how could I let him go, especially since he is the boss of this company? I pressed him down on the chair with one hand. I was planning to make him the first to try it directly. At this moment, Jiangli grabbed me to indicate that she also wanted to play. Without any hesitation, I agreed. After all, playing a horror game with real ghosts, what's there to be afraid of? Saying that, I also put on the helmet. The next second, a few of us entered the world of the game and arrived at Hyuan. Touching the sign at the door, the sensation on my hand felt incredibly real. On the other side, the red-blue duo also arrived at the Hyuan in reality, but they didn't find anything. The red-haired man asked the blue-haired girl with a slightly angry expression, "Didn't they say that their hiding place is here? Why is there no sign of them at all?" But the blue-haired girl is also helpless. Playfully, she said that she was looking based on what was shown in the picture. It's just that there is no sound. If there were sound, they would have caught them long ago by piecing it together. The red-haired man clenched his fist when he heard this. He said fiercely, "I will definitely find you." This man was just playing a game. He almost played himself to death. Luckily, I appeared in time. I saved him with one stroke. "Just now, boss, you called me." He said the game we were developing is done. After coming to the company, however, he was too timid to enter the testing phase. How can a boss not be clear about their own product? So I pressed him onto the chair and entered the game with my female ghost wife. In the game, we arrived at a setting that was exactly like the real world in Hyuan. The schools were all decaying due to mysterious disappearances. We arrived at the front gate, but the gate was covered with unknown symbols. I casually tore one off. Immediately felt lightning and thunder. The game system displayed that the three of us were outsiders who came to the mountain. Due to the heavy rain, we sought shelter on campus. I pushed open the door, but found it empty inside. At that moment, a green light floated out. It turned out to be the game developer Gwonwon. He expressed hope that we could successfully clear the game. If we pass the level, there will be a surprise gift package given. I was surprised to hear that. This game actually has a big gift package. I wonder what you can give. After saying these words, Gwonwon drifted away, leaving only us who hold the heart of exploration. The timid boss now has his legs shaking because the game scene is too realistic. I patted his shoulder directly and told him that we were just getting started. What are you afraid of? As I was speaking, I walked ahead with my wife, the female ghost, holding a flashlight. Only Zhu, the boss, remained, wanting to stay but not daring to. After a moment, he followed along. At this point, the game officially began. The objective is to eliminate the 3 monsters hiding in the school to clear the level. Seeing the reminder, I immediately began to think. Are we supposed to actively search for monsters? So I clicked on the hint. The hint said that the rooftop gate would be the key to escape. We are about to go take a look. But Jiangli kept gesturing here from time to time. Seeing this, I smashed it with a hammer. Fool! This thing is virtual. Only the areas with buttons can be clicked. Jiangli is holding his head and signaling not to hit. It will turn into a fool. Upon hearing this, I immediately touched her head to comfort her. But this fat man beside of me was not pleased. I said, "Bro, this is just a game. It's not a place for roughhousing." So we continued on our exploration, but no one noticed. Something creepy was staring at us from the wall behind us. The face looked like it was sewn together with needles. We arrived at a door and used a flashlight to shine on it. The door was covered in symbols. And there happened to be 3 switch-shaped objects. It just happens to match the number of monsters we need to eliminate. After eliminating the monsters, we should get the clearance item. So I suggest we split up to search for clues. This way is more efficient. But Boss Yu doesn't agree. He is timid and needs someone to accompany him. At this moment, a drop of red liquid fell on his shoulder. He thought it was a water leak. However, when he looked up, there was not a single water stain on the ceiling. But at this moment, I got a little scared because I saw something behind him. I quickly reminded him. Jiangli, however, excitedly licked his tongue. Boss Yu turned his head and found a female ghost standing upside down staring at him. Seeing this, Boss Yu was so scared that he immediately screamed. Then he ran faster than a tornado. Jiangli is sticking out his tongue, ready to eat. But I grabbed her and said, "Run, hurry! This is not the real world. In the game, we cannot use our powers." Zhu, who ran out suddenly, found a room and hid inside. The body kept trembling uncontrollably and breathing heavily. Thought that they had already shaken off the monster, but suddenly realized something was wrong. The next second, he widened his eyes. There was a person hanging under the electric fan in front of him. Seeing this, he had to pretend to apologize for disturbing. He turned his head and was about to shout, "Oh my God!" as he rushed out. But as soon as he turned around, he found that the door he came through was gone. This really confused Manager Zhu. Just as he was stunned, the person hanging behind him moved slightly. The next second, it stuck onto him with its long tongue. The fat man was so scared that his soul almost left his body. And on the other side, we were still constantly dodging the monster. It feels quite exciting. But if we can't use mystic power, what other means can we use to eliminate them? At that moment, Something nearby made a few buzzing sounds. I and my female ghost wife found the place. Discovered a box emitting green light. After opening it, there were actually several talismans and a sword inside. Jianli reminded that the system framework seems to have an update. Some treasure chests will randomly respawn in the hidden corners of the map. Inside, there will be items that can be used to combat evil spirits. However, when you search through the chests, ghosts may appear at any time. I held on to the talisman thinking that to clear the game, I had to find the treasure chests. This also means that players are likely to fall into the trap of ghosts. And at this moment, Boss Ju's pig-like shouting came just in time. At this moment, he was being entangled around the neck by the long-tongued monster with countless tongues. But how could he be in charge of this situation? Even if he is the boss, it doesn't matter. But this game is just too realistic. If this continues, he will definitely die. So he wanted to quit the game. But there was no response at all after clicking to quit. Is the system crashing? Just when he thought he was going to die. A sword light flashed by. Countless tongues were instantly cut into pieces. The boy just wrote a love letter. He was forced to eat feces by campus bullies. They even recorded the incident. It was all posted on the school's website. This directly led to the boy hanging himself. And this is the extremely enraging campus bullying. Of course, this scene appears in a horror game. We definitely do not want it to happen in the real world. Outside the game, the red and blue duo arrived at the location indicated by their soul energy, only to find that there was not a shadow in sight. The blue-haired girl immediately became angry upon seeing this. Damn it. According to the information provided by Soul Skill, they should be here. At this moment, the red-haired man found a rope above his head. He felt that there was soul energy on it. He immediately activated his magic to track it. He absorbed the soul energy from above. The blue-haired girl immediately understood upon seeing this. It turns out they used soul energy to create a place similar to this one. No wonder we couldn't find it. The red-haired man was also straightforward. He directly threw the absorbed soul energy to the blue-haired girl. The girl immediately understood. She is about to unleash her power to serve us an appetizer. She is seen clasping her hands together. She shouted loudly, "What star, go!" The next second, a red halo shot out from her body. On the other side, Guanwen is still watching our game situation. Suddenly, a red halo flashed. The surrounding electronic devices immediately encountered problems. The screen was filled with error signals. And the devices around us were also making loud noises. But we in the game remained completely unaware. I looked at the monster in front of me. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter as if he had been released. And I immediately took out 2 talismans. I directly stuck them onto Boss Ju. Boss Ju thought I was going to stick them on the monster. But the monster is attacking us. He quickly shouted, "Hey brother, did you stick them on the wrong person?" The situation is urgent. I couldn't be bothered to respond to him. I just drew my sword and shouted loudly, "Let's fight first, then talk." The next second, I fiercely collided with the ghost. There was only a loud bang. I and the ghost both retreated backwards. At this time, Manager Zhu also asked what was posted. I told him that these are fast talismans and defensive talismans. They are props used to save your life. You can check the update prompts in this system for specific information. Just then, the monsters attacked us again. I dodged, and he missed me directly. Seeing me dodge, he backed off. He immediately turned and lunged towards Boss Zhu. The next second, Boss Zhu was kicked and sent flying for miles and miles. Boss Zhu smashed the wall into pieces, but he didn't feel any pain. He looked at his hands in disbelief. Could it be the effect of the talisman? While he was still lost in thought, ghosts and monsters rushed toward him. Boss Zhu quickly did a frog jump. The ghosts and monsters were instantly left empty-handed. And at this moment, he realized that the system seemed to have a problem because the interface was full of error messages. He couldn't even exit. I was very surprised to hear this. I turned around and asked him what was going on. But at that moment, the monster rushed towards me. Boss Yu saw this and rushed up to help me out. The monster immediately received a heavy punch. Watching as his punch sent the monster flying, he was incredulous. Wow! This prop is really powerful. And at that moment, I shouted at him, "Boss Yu, be careful behind you!" As soon as the words fell, he was struck by a knife on his back. Seeing this, I immediately rushed up and blocked the monster's attack with my sword. Then I kicked him so hard that he was left dumbfounded. I kept hitting him and asked what was wrong with the Guanwen system. But there was no response after calling several times. Now I don't know if he died in the game. Will something happen to his body outside? It seems we have to clear the level to be able to get out. As the battle continues, the ghosts are getting faster and faster. This won't do. We must resolve it as soon as possible. Boss Yu agrees. He immediately rushed up. However, his fat body was no match for the ghost at all. He was beaten thoroughly by the ghost with just one encounter. Manager Yu also became ruthless this time. He was ready to fight him immediately. He ran into the ghost head-on. After grabbing the ghost, he shouted at me, "Do it now! Take him out!" I picked up the large sword. I aimed at the ghost's head and stabbed hard. The next moment, the ghost exploded all over, turning into a blanket of snowflakes on the ground. At the moment of the explosion, we found ourselves in another scene. It looks like a classroom from our student days. And this feeling is similar to the first time I met Guanwen. The memory flashback you showed me is so similar. Did he use this design in the game? In the scene, the boy writing a love letter had his letter stolen. The person who stole the letter is still loudly reading it in the classroom, completely ignoring the boy's feelings. The boy's love letter is written to the school flower. What he doesn't know is that the school flower is the secret crush of the campus bully. The campus bully sees this and immediately decides to teach the boy a lesson. So it is in the school restroom after school. The boy was fiercely slammed against the wall. The campus bully ruthlessly mocked him. "Do you dare pursue the person I like? Take a look at yourself in the mirror. See what you look like." The boy was pressed against the wall and couldn't move. He could only plead helplessly. But the three campus bullies were obviously not easy to deal with. They were irritated by the boy and wanted to take it out on him. The boy was in great pain from being beaten. He begged for mercy, while willing to do anything as long as they didn't hit him. With that said, the campus bully became more interested. So he pointed towards the pit and said, "Climb over there. Eat that thing, and we'll let you go." The younger brother behind burst into laughter upon hearing this. Seeing the boy still hesitating, the campus bully immediately threatened, "If you don't eat it, we'll play with you slowly." The boy had no choice but to slowly crawl towards the pit. And these scumbags immediately took out their phones and started recording. The next day, the boy's actions spread throughout the campus network. People who didn't know the truth thought he had gone crazy and was seeking attention by stirring up controversy with such incidents. But only the boy himself knows the true situation. His heart is filled with grievances and unwillingness. In such a lonely night, he ended his own life. And at this moment, a rope suddenly appeared in the game. Thinking of the scene just now, could this story have actually happened? And this also makes me a little excited to see what the reward will be after clearing the game. On the other side, the female ghost in the room is playing the piano. Her patched-up body moves extremely fast. The music is melodious. After the piece was finished, there was immediate applause coming from nearby.